morning, everybody. I think we have enough for a quorum. We're going to start the July 20th, 2021 Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards is called to order. Pursuant to applicable law, the chairman has determined that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent. Accordingly, attendance at this meeting will be by remote means only. We'll start off with the roll call. Committee members, please unmute yourself. And please note that your yes or present response will be deemed to be a yes vote when this quorum call is used as a reference vote for later items. Vice Chair Raboyes. Alderman Hopkins.
Alderman Hopkins present.
Alderman Dowell. Alderman Sawyer.
Here.
Alderman Beal. Alderman Lopez.
Raymond Lopez present, Chairman.
Alderman Moore.
Alderman Moore present, Chairman.
Alderman Rodriguez. Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Present.
Alderman Burnett. Alderman Cardona.
Present, Chairman.
Alderman Wagasback.
Here.
Alderman Austin.
Here.
Alderman Villegas. Alderman Riley.
Present.
Alderman Kappelman.
Present.
Alderman Osterman. And Alderwoman Haddon.
Present.
All right,
Alderman Beal is present, Mr. Chairman.
sir. All right, we have 13 members present and we have a quorum. We'll now move on to the approval of the Rule 45 reports containing the minutes of the June 2021 hearings of the Committee on Zoning, Landmark, and Building Standards. All members of this committee should have received a copy of these reports electronically. And if hearing no objections, do I have a motion by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Alderman Riley, so moved.
To approve the minutes. Alderman Riley makes that motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing no objections, the report has been approved.
Chairman Tunney, Alderman Dowell wants to be counted towards the quorum.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, Alderman Burnett.
Alderman Burnett recognized, yes.
Mike
And-
Rodriguez.
And Alderman Rodriguez. So now we have a super quorum. Okay. Who else?
Alderman Rodriguez.
I think it's just, Mike, you just want to be recognized for the quorum, correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on, we'll hear the items to be deferred. I will read the ward, the file number, and the address and page number, and take a motion for all at the end. On the addendum, document number 0R2021-157 for a sign located at 10532 South Indianapolis Avenue. On page 5 of the revised agenda and page 17 of the deferred agenda in the second ward, file number 20628T1 for the address commonly known as 1628 through 1630 North Wells Street. On page 7 of the revised agenda and page 16 of the deferred agenda in the first ward, file number 20734 for the address commonly known as 2934 through 40 West Medill Avenue. On page 7 of the revised agenda and page 16 of the deferred agenda, also in the first ward, file number 20686 for the address commonly known as 1812 through 1814 West Grand Avenue. On page 8 of the revised agenda and page 7 of the regular agenda in the 26th ward, file number 20749 T1 for the address commonly known as 3518 through 3556 West Division Street. On page 9 of the revised agenda and page 8 of the regular agenda in the 27th ward, File number 20764, T1, for the address commonly known as 537 through 547 West Oak Street, also 939 through 957 North Larrabee Street. On page 9 of the revised agenda and page 9 of the regular agenda, in the 32nd Ward, file number 20755, T1, for the address commonly known as 1601 North Western Avenue. On page 19 of the revised agenda and page 4 of the regular agenda, in the 2nd Ward, file number 20740, for the address commonly known as 171 West Oak Street. On page 19 of the revised agenda and page 4 of the regular agenda, in the 3rd Ward, file number 20754, for the address commonly known as 2109 through 2141 South Wabash Avenue. On page 20 of the revised agenda and page 5 of the regular agenda, in the 11th Ward, file number 20766, for the address commonly known as 215 through 225 West 31st Street, also 101 through 109 South Wells Street. On page 20 of the revised agenda and page 6 of the regular agenda, also in the 11th Ward, file number 20773, for the address commonly known as 3900 South Normal Avenue. On page 20 of the revised agenda and page 8 of the regular agenda, in the 27th Ward, file number 20742, for the address commonly known as 1201 through 1235 West Washington Boulevard, also 22 to 42 North Racine Avenue. On page 21 of the revised agenda and page 9 of the regular agenda, in the 28th Ward, file number 20751, for the address commonly known as 5050 through 5098 and 5093 through 5099, all on West Jackson Boulevard, 235 through 313 South Leamington Avenue, and 5043 through 5099 West Quincy Street. On page 21 of the revised agenda and page 9 of the regular agenda, in the 33rd Ward, file number 20741, for the address commonly known as 3601 through 3737 North California Avenue, also 2722 through 2758 West Addison Street. On page 21 of the revised agenda and page 13 of the regular agenda, in the 44th Ward, file number 20758 T1, for the address commonly known as 1113 through 1115 West Patterson Avenue. Page 22 of the revised agenda and page 13 of the regular agenda, in the 46th Ward, file number 20753, for the address commonly known as 4030 North Marine Drive, also known as 640 West Irving Park Road. And if there are no questions by committee members, Alderman Riley makes a motion to defer these previously listed items by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing no objections, these items have been deferred. We will now move on to the public speaking portion. We have 3 speakers signed up for today's hearing, and we'll hear from them now. Our first speaker, Mark Kaplan. Mark?
Good morning, committee members. My name is Mark Kaplan. I'm a board member of Northside Action for Justice and an LSC member at Uplift Community High School. More importantly, I have lived and been active in the Uptown community since the early 1970s. We are calling on the zoning committee to reject the proposed zoning change and the proposal for the development of 314 units of almost exclusively upper income, smaller unit rental housing at 4600 North Marine Drive. We know that this proposed development, 1, is not needed and does not meet the needs of our community and our residents. 2, will exacerbate and accelerate the current trend of high-end development that has pushed thousands of residents, families, and seniors out because of the loss of affordable units and rapidly rising rents. And 3, will be another advancement for the policies that support white supremacy and racial segregation, transforming Uptown, one of the most diverse and affordable communities in one of the most segregated cities, into another area for upper-income whites like Lincoln Park. Community and housing patterns do not happen accidentally. They occur as a result of policy and policy decisions that are made by those in power, like you, the zoning committee. We have seen the community that we have built come under severe attack in the last decade. We have lost over 1,000 units of affordable housing, and 2,000 units of upper-income housing have either been built or are in the process. We have been here before in front of the zoning committee many times over the years. We were here in the 1990s when the Goldblatt's building redevelopment plan was being considered. We urged the zoning committee to reject that proposal and support a community plan for development. The zoning committee rejected the community and voted yes. We were here about 5 years ago urging the zoning committee to reject the proposal for a high-income development at Montrose and Clarendon. The zoning committee rejected the community and voted yes. These 2 high-income developments, close to 5,000 units, were subsidized by close to $30 million in TIF funds. The residents of these developments are mostly white and almost all upper income. While our schools and parks all over the city in each of your wards are starving for resources, our tax dollars are being used to support white entitlement and racial segregation. We are calling on you to use your power to reject the proposed zoning change and development. It is in your power to not allow for the advancement of racial segregation and to stand up for real equity in housing and development that Chicago sorely needs. We are urging you to do the right thing and reject the zoning change and proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Our next speaker is Marianne Lalonde.
Hello, my name is Dr. Marianne Lalonde, and I am the president of the Lakeside Area Neighbors Association, the block club immediately adjacent to 4600 North Marine Drive. Today, I'm going to talk to you about how you should deny or at minimum defer and publish the zoning change because the negative impacts reach beyond our ward. They will reach your ward and they will reach the entire city. We cannot reward a hospital owner selling this land who lied to state regulators to get a $17 million lien for another healthcare company with a zoning change. Illinois taxpayers paid a lot of money to get healthcare to the community that Pipeline lied to and abandoned. At the same time they were lying to state regulators about Melrose Park, they were putting Weiss's lakefront land up for sale for a use that's not allowed in the PD without one iota of conversation with neighbors. We don't know what their acquisition agreement for Weiss entailed, and they would not provide it upon request. The loss of any city hospital crowds remaining city hospitals, some in your wards impacting your constituents. Keeping the remainder of the hospital zone for hospital use after this land is sold will do nothing. It will make the hospital infrastructure less attractive to future purchasers because it will have no land for expansion. This project gentrifies an area on the north side that represents predominantly people of color. Your colleague, Alderman Kappelman, refused to let a 400-plus unit HUD subsidized co-op with predominantly Black residents participate in the community feedback process for this development because of a procedural snafu. Think about if you want to allow this to move forward without input from that building. A myth that an expansion of Sarah Circle, a women's homeless shelter, is dependent on the in lieu of fees from this development will be perpetuated during the presentation. In actuality, accepting this project will cut in half the number of affordable units, over 60, that we could add to a census tract where all kinds of people, both renters and owners, already deeply support affordable housing. If Lincoln Properties built their required affordable on-site and Sarah Circle uses other means that both Sarah Circle and the housing department have said are available, we would actually get more affordable housing in Uptown and on the north side. Finally, the LPO application from this developer is embarrassingly light and doesn't take into account the resilience of critical infrastructure delivery, water and power. On the site map, DPD mislabeled critical infrastructure Lakeview Pumping Station entirely, putting a Clarendon Park label over the whole thing. Southside aldermen know about the dangers of compromising pumping stations because of the 2 outages the Roseland Pumping Station had in May, resulting in no water for their constituents. No environmental impact studies were completed. 3 members of the Chicago Plan Commission voted no on the Lakefront Protection Ordinance, which is very unusual considering most votes are unanimous. A minimum number of bird safety mechanisms were applied next to a bird sanctuary housing endangered species. This development endangers healthcare, represents increasing racial inequities on the north side, and compromises critical infrastructure due to its environmental responsibility. I am asking you to deny or defer and publish the zoning change.
Marianne. Our next speaker is Ana Guevara.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Professor Ana Guevara. I am a university professor and a researcher of Uptown's history, an immigrant from the Philippines, and a North Side resident. I am opposed to the rezoning of the Weiss Hospital parking lot on 4600 North Marine Drive for a number of reasons, which I have detailed in my letter, but I mention a few here. Uptown has been a portal for immigrants, many of whom have been displaced due to structural violence that disproportionately affects the poor and communities of color. In the past 30 years alone, the census tells us that the racial demographic of Uptown reveals the grave whitening of this neighborhood, with the white population in Uptown today constituting over half of the population of Uptown today at 54%, while minoritized populations have declined steadily. There has also been a decline of low-income residents in Uptown, with the median income steadily increasing over the years. Research has shown that concentrating new housing in communities of color accelerates demographic change, and that this change could be unsettling or alienating for longtime residents. Empirical studies compellingly reveal that there is a disproportionate impact of gentrification on poor and minoritized communities, that there is a direct correlation between gentrification and displacement, and between creating luxury apartments and the decline in affordable housing. Research also reveals that development can be further problematic if it comes in spite of community resistance to it. The Uptown community does not want the rezoning of 4600. Take a look at the history of Pipeline and Lincoln property. Not only did Pipeline close the Westlake Hospital 6 months after its purchase and after pledging to the public that they will not sell any of the hospitals, but bankruptcy transcripts reveal that Pipeline had a secret deal with Tenet to close the hospital as a condition of sale. Lincoln property has not only been involved in a long racial discrimination suit in Texas, but its proposed building does not meet the needs of Uptown for on-site affordable housing for families. This proposal only meets the bare minimum ARO standards. How can that be acceptable, especially when a new law is about to take effect that will double the minimum required to 5%? In relation to Sarah Circle, we ought to strive for supporting the work of Sarah Circle, as well as providing on-site affordable housing, and not put them in opposition with one another. Also, the proposed building would develop land that is zoned for medical or research work, not residential use, which puts Uptown's healthcare and the community's local economic future in danger. Why then should the city put their trust in Pipeline and Lincoln property, given their dubious history and a proposal that meets only the bare minimum standards of affordability? Why settle for less when so much is at stake? Please help us build a community that is equitable, sustainable, and one that the people of Uptown needs. I urge you to reject this proposal, or at the very minimum, defer and publish it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I believe that concludes the public comment period. We're going to start today's meeting with the first item on the addendum to the agenda. Document number, well, before I say that, there are a number of Plan Commission items, and as my staff has alerted your staff and the attorneys, we're going to be hearing the Plan Commission items in the second half of our meeting. Alderman Osterman.
You add me to the roll, Chairman?
Yes, sir. All right. So we're going to start today's meeting with the first item on the addendum to the agenda, document number 02021-2990, the direct introduction to the committee, an amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 16-6 by modifying various sections and adding new sections 16-6045, 16-6055, and 16-6071 to the flood control ordinance. All committee members should have received a copy of the ordinance last week. And at this time, I would like to take a motion to accept the direct introduction to the committee by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections?
Move to accept the direct introduction, Chairman. Alderman Wags.
Wagasback makes that move. Any objections? No, hearing none, the direct introduction is before us, and we have Commissioner Baudet here to speak on the matter. Commissioner, may you, you there? Let's
Yes.
start going. Okay.
So good morning, Chairman Tony, the honorable members of the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. My name is Matt Baudet, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Buildings. I'm here before you today to ask for your favor consideration of an ordinance to amend the Chicago Flood Control Ordinance, Chapter 616 of the Municipal Code. Also with me here today is First Deputy Marlene Hopkins and Managing Deputy Commissioner Grant Ulrich and Marilyn Succo of the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, Office of Water Resources. First, I apologize for the need to seek a direct introduction, but time is of the essence, and these amendments are necessary to reflect FEMA's designation of coastal hazards related to Lake Michigan that take effect on September 10th, 2021, and to ensure that the current and future flood insurance policies under the National Flood Insurance Program, the NFIP, are not adversely impacted. I'm grateful to IDNR and FEMA for working with the city on this matter and for IDNR to be here with us today. These amendments add definitions and technical standards related to coastal hazards, which FEMA did not previously identify for Cook County. These technical amendments are necessary for property owners in the city of Chicago to purchase or renew NFIP policies after September 10th, 2021. There are approximately 1,000 Chicago properties covered by NFIP policies. And as Chairman, you said, the committee has been given the ordinance and the one pager on the program and the FEMA Coastal Flood Review. I thank you for your time and ask for your considerable consideration on the ordinance. The department and NDNR representatives are here and happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Well, let me start, Matt, just for the edification of the committee members. The reason that this is a direct introduction is what? Let's say it in so clearly that members know. And you use the acronym NFI, whatever, but I'm sure that has to do with flood control stuff. But would you give us the layman's terms of what we're doing here?
Yeah, so the NFIP is the National Flood Insurance Program. So FEMA has been reviewing Cook County for a while. It's our turn in line along the Great Lakes. And the prior administration was what it was. The current administration is being more diligent in working with us. But unfortunately, they do have this deadline that FEMA has imposed of September 10th, 2021 for these regulations to take effect. And again, if these regulations are not adopted by the city, there is the potential for Chicagoans, both residents and businesses, to not be able to renew that flood insurance if it comes up on September the 10th. So that's the reason for the direct introduction. We're kind of under the gun by the federal government on this. In the past, they've been a little bit more lenient with us, but that was not the case this time around.
Right. We've got a few committee members. We'll start with Chairman Wagasback. Scott?
Thanks, Commissioner Baudet. Thanks for that kind of layman's term look at this. But when we're talking about 1,000 people, which areas specifically are we talking about where those people kind of pop up? And is this just the Great Lakes, or does it go further inland where we're talking about more flooding and possible future flooding?
This is Great Lakes related, and these are properties that are located on Lake Michigan.
Okay, directly on the lake. As a side note, this probably isn't for you, maybe water department, but are they also talking to you about expanding the look at more throughout the city regionally, what we're looking at for flooding, or not? Is that more in the water realm?
That may be more in the water realm. FEMA's more of at this point, FEMA's looking at the Great Lake area.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Let's see. Am I not seeing other hands? No.
Put their hands down.
All right. Any more questions from committee? Alderman Beal, Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Somebody took my hand down.
I did. I probably did that myself.
Okay.
No, I didn't. You know better.
All right, well, somebody did it. I just
Proceed, Alderman.
one quick question. Who provides the insurance? Or is this just something that the federal government allows people to put a rider on their homeowner's insurance?
This is a separate insurance program by the federal government. So it's the National Flood Insurance Program. You can use their program or you can use your own private program, but this is a federally run program, and there are 1,000 homeowners or businesses that have policies directly in this federal program.
Okay.
But they can
Now-
also, it could be State Farm, it could be any other insurance company.
Okay, now just question. What happens if someone moves, sells their property? How do they get notified that there is a federal program available if they're in this flood zone area?
That would usually be through their through the real estate closing. Having done several myself, I know the duty is on the attorney to research a certain area. So if you're buying in a high flood area, even if it's along the Chicago River, that's something that would be flagged should be flagged during the real estate closing.
Okay, should.
It's lawyers don't always do their job, unfortunately, but
Okay, how can we assure that a person is protected or at least notified that they have this option available to them?
that I'm not sure, but it's something we could obviously pursue as we look at more disclosures. in,
Okay, I would like
state
to
realm.
look into that. To
Yes.
see if there's a way to make this, somehow part of the closing and doesn't leave it up to an attorney, because an attorney may miss this, something like this.
Yes.
They may miss it, and you hear all the time people's houses get destroyed, and they realize that they didn't have any insurance, but if they didn't know that this was available to them. So I think we need to make sure that we do a service to the people in that area, that they get notified no matter what.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. Alderman Thompson.
Thank you, Chairman. I know I'm not a member of the committee, but there's a matter up in my ward, and I was listening as an attorney. Maybe you can include something on the zoning cert or on the water bill in the file that the city you're required on a closing to obtain those, and maybe there's something we can put in there. Work with the zoning department. Anyway, just a suggestion.
Sure. Thank you, Alderman.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions by committee members or non-committee members? All right, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used? to determine-
Alderwoman Hadden.
Alderwoman Hadden makes that motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Matt, and your team. Let's see, next we have document number 02021-2875 for the amendment of the municipal code, chapter 6, table 14A through 12-1206.1 by implementing a cap on late payment fees of certain unpaid building inspection fees. Commissioner, I think you're up also on this item.
So thank you again, Chairman and members of the committee. Again, Matt Baudet, Building Commissioner. And again, with me still is First Deputy Marlene Hopkins and Managing Deputy Grant Ulrich, and First Deputy Director Joel Flores and Deputy Kira Coca from the Department of Finance. I want to thank Mayor Lightfoot and Comptroller Sony for this equity initiative. This is also one step towards removing equitable barriers to renovation and developments that many members of the council have and I have discussed in prior conversations. It's not uncommon for a property in your ward to be saddled by debt when a decade-old $50 building inspection fee has grown into a $650 debt, and added on to that other inspections, and you're looking at thousands of dollars. Proposed amendment will cap the total late payment penalty on unpaid building inspections and reinspection fees at 100% of the original fee. So again, if you've got a $50 inspection fee, the penalty cap would be another $50. So you're looking at $100, not $600 or thousands of dollars. This is similar to other fines for parking and camera enforcement tickets in the city. Capping these penalties is expected to reduce staff time spent on investigating, increase collections, and most important, it will help decrease the cost of investment in areas of the city that have long been underserved. The cap will apply to late penalties on building inspection fees that are unpaid as of September 1st, 2021. Late payment penalties will continue to accrue at the rate of $5 per every 30 days. This is in the ordinance, but the cap, it'll be capped again at the 100% of the original inspection fee. The department will continue to work with the Department of Finance on collections and building inspection fees. Thank you for your time and ask for your favorable consideration on this ordinance. The departments of Buildings and Finance are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions on this fee cap? No hands up. Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass, Chairman. Alderman Wagisbeck.
Alderman Wagisbeck makes that motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing no objection, the item is passed. All
Thank you,
right.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you. Next up is document number 02021-2442, the historical landmark designation for the former Schlitz Brewery Tide House at 1393 through 1399 West Lake Street. We have Candelyn Hahn here from the Historic Preservation Division of the Department of Planning and Development to present this matter. Well, there you go.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney.
Okay.
Hopefully you can see my screen.
We can.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So my name is Candelyn Hahn, and I'm a project coordinator with the Department of Planning and Development's Historic Preservation Division. The building at 1393 West Lake Street was built by the Schlitz Brewing Company in 1892 as a tide house. Tide houses were a system where only the products brewed by the company in ownership were sold in the ground floor saloon. Just for orientation, the building is located in the near West Side neighborhood, the 27th Ward, at the southeast corner of York and Loomis Streets. The structure at 1393 West Lake is one of the few remaining and best preserved early examples of a Schlitz Brewery Tide House. The Commission on Chicago Landmarks voted to recommend designation of the building at its June 3rd meeting, and an ordinance was introduced at City Council on June 25th. We are requesting your support of this recommendation today, and the owner's attorney is here if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
And questions? I believe this is in the 27th Ward, is it not?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Okay. Alderman Burnett, would you like to comment on this?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. This building's been around for a while. It's been through a lot. Matter of fact, a lot of folks, one of the things that I think that makes it more historical, that it used to be Michael Jordan's office upstairs. So, but the Schlitz thing is cool too. But we support this, and we've worked out with the owner of the property, and they support it at this time, from what I understand. So I support it. I ask for the committee support also. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Questions for preservation or the Alderman? We have Alderman Wagisbeck.
Thanks, Chairman. I was just curious, Candelyn, if you were going to be able to get a better photo of that.
Better as in how?
Well, no, it's got the X-Men gang tag on the building, so I'm kind of kidding, but hopefully the landmark photo is a little better.
Yeah, hopefully, we're happy to provide any sort of technical services, technical advice on how to get that off of the building. We'd like to see that on there. Thank you.
But I definitely support it, Alderman. We've had a few of these tide houses that were done in the past. I think Shuba's right across the street from 44 as well. So we've done a few of these, and they're awesome to look at after the fact. So I appreciate Candle on your work on this one, and Alderman Burnett, the old La Luce. So thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Burnett.
Yeah, I think planning put that that graffiti on that building and put those ones on the windows to make everybody more encouraged to let them land.
There you go.
All right, I guess we're almost finished with our questions and comments with that one. All right, then I'm gonna, any other questions? That's Alderman Dowell moves do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you
Ms.
so
Hahn.
much.
Okay, all right. Moving on, we have one landmark fee waiver in the second ward located at 2115 West Evergreen Avenue. Any questions by committee members on that one?
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. As it's in your ward, Alderman Hopkins makes the motion, move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objection to his motion? Hearing none, the order is passed. Now we'll have.
Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Now we'll hear large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade. We will hear them all together, and I'll read the ward followed by the address and take a motion at the end. Starting in the 17th ward, we have two signs. The first one is 7535 South Ashland Avenue. Also in the 17th ward, 6422 South Kedzie Avenue. In the 21st ward, 8341 South Stewart Avenue. In the 25th ward, 1850 West 21st Street. In the 42nd ward, 937 North Rush Street. Also in the 42nd ward, 303 East Wacker Drive. Any questions by committee members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Alderman Austin.
maybe I missed it. You skipped Ward 10, so was there a reason? Should I put a check mark by that one?
Yeah, I think we deferred that one.
Okay, I wasn't positive.
Yeah, I think there was just clarification, technical. We'll get to it hopefully the next meeting.
All right then. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, any other questions?
Move to
Any other-
pass, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
Alderman makes a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Hearing none, these orders are passed. All right. We'll now move on to the regular agenda in an effort to minimize technical difficulties and to ensure the committee meeting runs as smoothly as possible. The typical order in which items will be heard has been updated. Throughout the duration of the virtual Committee on Zoning meetings, items will be grouped together according to witness / attorney and will be heard in that order rather than the ward order.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order. This is Alderman Maldonado.
Alderman Maldonado, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning. I was just wondering, I'm sorry that I'm late. I was wondering if you called my item number A8637.
No, Alderman, we're just starting on the regular agenda, so
Okay.
it'll be shortly. But we just
Thank
got through the signs and some other things prior to going to the wards. And we are starting now, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll start on page 1. Document number A8702 in the 3rd ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address is 1801 through 1901 South Indiana Avenue, 205 through 217 East 18th Street, and 1806 through 1836 South Prairie Avenue. The change request, institutional plan development number 286 to POS-2 Parks and Open Space District. Chairwoman Dowell.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the committee. The proposed zoning change initiated with the 1900 South Prairie driveway, which is included in the boundary of the planned development. The Department of Planning and Development initially considered amending the PD boundary to remove the driveway, which necessitated a plan commission action. However, after review, the department recommended a better and more practical solution to remove the PD and return it to Parks and Open Space, POS zoning. The PD includes the Women's Park and the Field House, which are both owned and operated by the Chicago Park District. And removing the PD does not restrict anything the Park District is doing or would be doing, and it is the appropriate zoning classification it would fit under. No changes in the existing park or the Clark House, which is historic, are contemplated.
Questions from committee members? No questions? Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Austin.
That is Alderman Austin makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. We're going to stay with the third ward. Document number A8703, third ward, ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. This common address, 1838 South Prairie Avenue, and the change request is institutional plan development number 286, the DX3 downtown mixed use district. Chairwoman Dowell, I think this is almost the same thing, right?
It's the same thing.
All right. Any questions for Alderman Dowell?
Alderman
Same
Riley.
motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so hearing no more further questions, Alderman Riley makes a motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you. Next item, number A8704, 15th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 25th of 2021. The common address, 1650 through 1654 West 63rd Street. Change request, RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Alderman Lopez. Raymond, are you there? I know he's attached, so I'm gonna hold this one until I get him back. One more time, Raymond? Okay, we'll read it again in a minute or so. All right, next item, bottom of page 1, number A8701, 19th Ward, ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. This common address, 11130 through 11144 South Hermosa Avenue, 1800 through 1812 West Monterey Avenue. Change request B31 Community Shopping District to an RS2 Residential Single Unit Detached District, House District. Let's see. We have somebody from Alderman O'Shea's office. I know we have Kristen. Are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm here.
Okay, we're on the item on Monterey and Hermosa.
Yes, that's for Morgan Park High School. I know the attorney for the, forgive me, for the school, Scott Borstein, is on as well.
Okay.
And this is basically just properly zoning the area for the work that the school is doing to update the property. Morgan Park High School, excuse me.
All right. Sounds good. Scott, do you have any, Scott Bornstein, do you have any further comment before we ask questions?
Not really, just for a little history. This was property that the school has already been using. And when they acquired it from the city, it was actually transferred to CPS by the city. It was just, zoned in the B district. And, nobody really realized. And now we're going through a renovation project for the school. So we needed to clean it up and get it to the R zoning, which is consistent with the rest of the campus. So any additional questions about the project itself, Evan Smith, who's the Director of Planning from CPS, is on the call as well.
Do we have questions from committee members? Obviously, we have the support of the Alderman O'Shea. Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Mr. Chairman,
All
Alderman
right,
Austin.
That's Alderman Austin makes the motion. Any objection to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right. Top of page 2. We're on Aldermanic 8637, 26th Ward. Ordinance was referred on March 24th of 2021. Common address is 1237 North California Avenue. And the change request is M11 Limited Manufacturing District to B25 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Alderman Maldonado. Roberto?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hearing my request. Yes, this is indeed a request to change the zoning from a manufacturing district to a neighborhood mixed-use district. And the purpose of that is that the Hispanic Housing Development Corporation, they're going to be building a 40 apartments in a 6-story building, primarily 2 and 3 bedrooms, and it will be 100% affordable for working families. This is part of the revitalization that we are pursuing on Division Street, on what we call the Puerto Rican town, and this was also designated as Puerto Rico Town Cultural District by the state of Illinois. So I seek your support and the support by members of your committee to adopt this proposed zoning change.
Great. Thank you, Alderman. Any questions for the Alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved.
That is
Alderwoman
Alderwoman Haddon, I believe, makes the motion. Any objection to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got it. Have a great day. Page 2, second item on page 2, number A 8700, 28th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address is 4008 West Madison Street. Change request is a B13 Neighborhood Shopping District, POS-2 Parks and Open Space District. Alderman Irvin. Now this is the skating rink, isn't it? Patrick Murphy. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
All right. Now, do we have a letter of support?
It's an aldermanic, so yeah.
Oh, so he supports it. Well, let me see, Pat. You want to explain? I know the alderman is in very active support of this project. You want to explain to the committee members?
Well, so this is a piece of property that the department has been working with to activate for use for the alderman. There was a community meeting for this maybe about a month ago regarding the new use. I guess I have not been very intimately involved in the land exchange and the preparation of the plans, but I know it's been done with, I believe, Nelson Chung from our office. Do you want me to see if I can track him down for more details?
Let's hold it and we'll hear from the alderman, but I know this has been a very publicized development in this ward. So I'm sure he'll want to tell us more about it. So let's hold and we'll get him, we'll try to find him.
Okay.
All right.
I'll find the staff in the meantime.
All right, thank you. All right, middle of page. I'm going to hold on mine for a second because it's in the 44th Ward. I'm going to wait till my vice chair comes back. And so that brings us. Okay, bottom of page 2, First Ward, number 20769 T1. The ordinance was referred on June 23rd in 2021. The change request I'm sorry, the common address, 1523 West Fry Street, and the change request, RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to a B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. And let's see, who do we have? Is that Ms. Castro from
Yes.
Acosta? Okay. Would you like to educate us on this item on Fry Street, please?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. My name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esker and the zoning attorney for the matter before you today. As you stated, the property in question is located at 1523 West Fry. The property is improved with a residential building that includes 3 dwelling units and 1 legal non-conforming unit in the basement. We are attempting to rezone the property from an RS3 to a B23 in order to legalize that basement unit. The property also is TOD to the Ashland bus, so we are also taking advantage of that. 3 parking spaces are on the property and 3 parking spaces will remain. And we have agreed with the Alderman's office to downzone the property once we obtain the necessary permits back to an RS3. We have met with the community and the Alderman's office, and both are supportive of the matter. And we would appreciate your approval of this rezoning as well.
Well, thank you, Jimena. And we do have a letter of support from Alderman Laspada. Just a point of clarification from the department. This is a T1. Was there any last minute amendments or anything on this?
No changes.
No changes.
No changes.
Oh, okay. And let me ask, do we need to get further down the road from with
For
all the
Yeah.
T1s,
Yeah.
Anna? Because we don't have the whether or not there's been any last minute
Yes,
amendments.
my apologies. I am working on it and I will send it as soon as it's ready.
Thank you very much. All right, questions from committee members? No questions? Can I get a motion move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move.
And that is Alderman Beal makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you.
Top of page 3, document number 20750 T1, Second Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address is 2231 North Clybourne Avenue. The change request, M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to B22 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. We have Nick Fatikas. Is he on today?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, Nick, let's talk about Clybourne with the Second Ward.
Okay, great. Again, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the property owner, Michael Marks. The subject property at 2231 North Clybourne is currently improved with a mixed-use building containing 1 retail unit and 1 residential unit. The owner of the building is proposing to convert the ground floor retail unit to a residential unit. And in order to do that, we're seeking a zoning change to establish the B2-2 zoning district. Otherwise, though, the building, the footprint will effectively remain the same. It's an interior conversion of the first floor space. We did meet with Alderman Hopkins and hosted a virtual community meeting. I believe a letter of support is already on file. I'm not sure if the Alderman would like to speak further.
All right. I think Alderman Hopkins is on the call. Brian?
Yes, this is to bring the structure into compliance with current practice. I'll just point out that the commercial retail unit in question here is below grade. That is generally considered one of the less desirable locations. You have to kind of walk downstairs into a basement. They attempted to find a retail tenant in today's environment. That just didn't happen. And I think it bears noting that when we met with the community organization of record, who is in the past, they're generally skeptical of requests to convert possible retail use to residential. But in this case, they fully understood, the existing conditions. So it'll be good to get the lights back on in there with a residential use as opposed to, keeping it vacant for years, hoping that some magical retail tenant will appear, which just doesn't seem to be the case. So there's no opposition to doing this. I support it, and I would ask my colleagues for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions for the applicant or the Alderman? Hearing no questions, can I get a motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Lopez makes that motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Alderman Lopez, I know you're back. Can we get through Nick's 3 other applications, or do you want to be heard right now on your aldermanic?
I am nothing if not patient, Chairman.
Really? I appreciate that. It's gonna be a long day, not just insulting.
Comfy chair, don't worry.
All right, Nick, we're gonna continue. Well, let me see. Do we have anybody from Irvin on this one?
Nick, do you have your letter of support?
All right, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna move to item number 20762 T1 28th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 21. Address, common address, 214 through 220 North Holman, and the change request, RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to B33 community shopping district. This is in the 28th Ward. Nick, first of all, before you start, do you have a letter of support from Alderman Irvin on this project?
We actually have an email, but I was told that the alderman was going to be speaking on the matter.
Okay,
So-
would you want to hold or not?
I defer
I
to
mean,
the committee.
We've got something
If-
else.
If Alder,
We have his aldermanic that we're gonna have to hear from him anyways on another item. So I think we're gonna wait, okay? Sorry.
Oh, okay.
All right.
No, that's,
We're gonna move on. So we're gonna hold that one on Holman with Nick. Okay, so now we're on the bottom of page 3. Document number 20768 T1 32nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 21. Common address 2934 through 38 North Levitt Avenue. Change request M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District. Nick, you're on this one too.
okay, thank you again, Nick Fatikas for the record. In this case, Chairman Tunney, the subject property is improved with a single-family home that's at the corner with a common address of 2934 North Levitt. The 2 adjoining parcels are today functioning as one zoning lot, and they're all non-conforming with M1 zoning. So we are seeking a zoning change to permit the development of 2 new single-family homes on those currently vacant lots. In order to do that, again, seeking an RS3 zoning district. This is a type 1 zoning change. There were no changes to the plans or ordinance since the initial filing with the Department of Planning and Development. We did again meet with Alderman Wagasback's office. There is a letter of no objection on file, but I also know that the alderman is on and I defer to him for any further comment.
Chairman, you're on mute.
All right. So before we get to Alderman Wagasback, Anna, is that true that Mr. Fatikas, there's been no changes to the T1?
Yes, no changes. I confirm.
Okay, thank you very much. Alderman Wagasback.
Thanks, Chairman. It is a type 1 zoning change, and for purposes of planning, we'd like to have it come into conformance with the surrounding zoning, and I would just ask my colleagues for their favorable consideration on this item.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the alderman or the applicant? Hearing none, get a motion to move due pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So moved, Alderwoman Hatton.
Alderwoman Haddon makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right. While you're here, I believe, Alderman Irvin, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
All right, Jason. While you have Nick Fatikas here, we're gonna go back to the application that's on Holman, which we just read into the record, but I'll read it again. It's document number 20762 T1 28th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 21. Common address is 214 through 220 North Holman Avenue, and the change request, RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to B33 community shopping district. All right, Nick.
Thank you again, Chairman Tunney. Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the property owners in this case. The zoning change would permit the reestablishment of commercial or retail uses on the first floor of the existing mixed-use building. It's a two-story mixed-use building, again, with vacant retail on the first floor and a total of 8 residential units above. This is a transit-served location, so there's no on-site parking. And again, uniquely, there was a former retail tenant that was non-conforming. More than 18 months have lapsed since the license active. And for that reason, we need the zoning change to reestablish commercial uses at grade. Again, in this case, the proposed retail tenant is Breakthrough Ministries, which is a local non-for-profit organization. And they'll be the tenant for the entire first floor of the building.
And this is a T1, Nick, and there were no changes?
In this case, Chairman, we did actually make a change to the narrative during our initial submittal to the Department of Planning. So I do have it marked as a substitute narrative. I would.
So let me accept the substitute. Let me get a motion to accept the substantive narrative and plans by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Can I get a motion on that one, please?
Move to accept the substitute, Alderman Wagisback.
Alderman Wagisback moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum, and there's any objection to that? Hearing none. So now the substantive narrative are in front of us. And correct me and the committee, what was the nature of the substitute?
It was in just the language of the narrative description. That's it. There was no change to the building. It's an existing building. And again, an adaptive reuse of the existing first floor.
Okay, Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We support this change. Number one, Breakthrough is putting the violence prevention component for East Garfield Park on the first floor of this building. It was a store that gave us many problems. Glad to see that the owners have found a more suitable tenant for the location. And this change would allow for them to occupy the first floor in its entirety. They currently occupy one portion of the first floor, but this now makes this a total commercial space and gets rid of a problematic corner convenience store that existed in the community for years.
Thank you, Alderman. Any questions from committee members? Hearing no question, Alderman Pat Dowell moves do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objection to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing no objection, this item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. Now, Jason, while you're here, we passed you over on the aldermanic. Let me go back to that, and I think that's your. Is that your only item other than your aldermanic, Jason? So we can get you out of here.
I think we have one other item. The automatic is in the 4008, 4010 West Madison.
Right, but beyond that, is there anything else in your ward other than the one we just passed?
You know what? I believe the other item was deferred.
Let me just double check so we can get you out of here.
He has a combo item. It's in the 25th and 28th ward.
You have that that plan development, which is in the afternoon. So I know you have been supportive of that one. So if we just have a letter on file on, what was that address?
1002 South Racine.
1002 South Racine, you and
Oh, okay.
CEO Lopez. So
Yeah, that's the Roosevelt Square development.
and
that you
you're,
guys
I know
are
you're
planning
cool with
commission.
that. I know you're good with
Yes.
that. Okay, so then let me just let me do this. Where is your where's the aldermanic one we just passed over? All right, so we're gonna move back to page 2, and we're gonna read into the again aldermanic item 8700 28th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 21. Common address is 4008 West Madison Street. Change request B13 Neighborhood Shopping District to POS-2 Parks and Open Space District. Alderman Irvin on this item.
Yes, this is the area where we are placing the outdoor recreational facility at Madison and Pulaski, what many have been talked about as a roller rink that's really more outdoor recreation. So this is a project in conjunction with the Park District, as well as the mayor's office being funded with the cannabis money. So we're definitely in support of this item moving forward from a community perspective and also from a practical perspective, working with the Park District. Thank you.
I was Alderman Burnett on this item.
Yeah.
Walter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend the Alderman, Jason Irving, and also the mayor's office on this venture. I think it'll be great for the West Side. It'll bring some positive traffic to that community. Give the young people something to do. We've had a roller rink when I was in high school over on the West Side, and we haven't had one since. So everyone's been asking for another roller rink, and finally we figured it out. So again, I commend both the mayor's office and Alderman Irving for using the money to help our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other questions, comments? If not, can I get a motion to move to pass?
Alderman Lopez moves to pass.
Alderman Lopez makes a motion to move to pass on this item by the the favorable roll call vote that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Raymond, stay on.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, Alderman. Now, we're going to go back now that Alderman Lopez is back. And we're going to go to page 1. Document number A8704, 15th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address 1650 through 54 West 63rd Street. And the change request, RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. Asking for your favorable consideration of this request. This location, formerly known as Clara's Place in West Englewood community, which was both a domestic shelter for women as well as a domestic violence prevention provider, fell to the wayside approximately 3 or 4 years ago. Now, with the rebirth of the community, and thanks to Chicago House, which is known for providing HIV and AIDS prevention awareness as well as supportive housing, they will be relocating to this location. However, in order for them to come to this location, we need to bring this, the zoning, we need to correct the zoning so that they can both provide services on the first floor as well as utilize the 14 apartments above for supportive housing for HIV and AIDS, individuals with HIV or AIDS for supportive living. But ask for your favorable consideration on this item.
Thank you, Alderman. Obviously, many of us are aware of the good work Chicago House does, so I'm glad we're able to reuse it. Questions from committee members? Hearing none, I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback moves to
Alderman
pass.
Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right. Now we're going back on the regular agenda, page 4, top of page 4. This is document number 20756, T1, 40th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 21. Common address is 2607 through 2613 West Lawrence Avenue in the change request. B32, Community Shopping District, B23, Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Nick, we're back to you. Nick, I think you need to unmute.
Chairman, I apologize for that. I was going on. I will try and keep this short and sweet. My office represents the property owner Lawrence Investment Partners LLC. The existing building at 2607 through 13 West Lawrence is a existing 3-story mixed-use building with 4 retail units at grade and 8 residential units above. In this case, the owners are looking to seek a zoning change to convert the 4 retail storefronts to residential units. This is a transit-served location based on our proximity to the Rockwell CTA station, and we are seeking a parking reduction to 10 parking spaces to serve what will be a total of 12 residential units. Otherwise, again, all of the work is interior to the building. We did have a public meeting with Alderman Vasquez's office. A letter of support should already be on file. And I will also, on this application, during our filing, we did prepare a revised narrative. So there should be a substitute narrative and plans on file.
All right. First, we'll get a motion to move the substantive narrative and plans.
Motion to accept the substitute narrative and plans, Chairman.
That is Alderman Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the narrative, the substitute narrative and plans are before us. And I think with that, I think your explanation is complete. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any questions from committee members? We do have a letter of support from Alderman Vasquez. And hearing, I don't see any hands up. Get a motion to move to pass on this item.
Move to pass, Chairman. Alderman
All right,
Wagasback.
that's Alderman Wagasback moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, this item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. Thank you very much. Now, we're middle of page 4, document number 20745T1, 43rd Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address 1948 North Halsted Street. And the change request, RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to B32 community shopping district. Nick Fatikas.
Again, Chairman Nick Fatikas, for the record, on behalf of the contract purchaser and applicant, 1948 Halsted LLC. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the 6,250 square foot property with a new 3-story mixed-use building that would have a retail space at grade and a total of 3 residential units above. We worked very closely with Alderman Smith's office, as well as representatives from the Ranch Triangle Association, and ultimately came up with a program that we think fits the streetscape along Halsted. So again, we are asking to extend or to amend the underlining zoning to B3-2. In this case, we do have, again, a substitute plan set and substitute narrative that have been filed with the department already. And I believe Alderman Smith is on the phone or on the call to speak.
Great. So first of all, Alderman Wagasback
Moves to accept the plans and the substitute, Chairman.
moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans
Sorry.
by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to receiving the substantive narrative and plans? Hearing no objection, the narrative and plans are in front of us. And I think Alderman Michelle Smith's on, as she is the alderwoman of this address.
Thank you very
Alderman-
much. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is a site that has had a business on its location as a non-conforming use for decades. So it's actually was being used today as a business. It's the site of the old Manhandler Saloon on Halsted Street. So this plan gives zoning to the area that was actually being used as business for these many years. And as Mr. Fatikas said, we negotiated very much with the community and working cooperatively have come up with a plan that fits in with the neighborhood, allows a new restaurant to come into play, we hope, and some nice apartments above, right on Halsted Street. So with that, I'd like to express my support for this type 1 zoning change.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman Ray Lopez, you have any questions on the former manhandler site over there on Halsted? He purposely got off the call on that one. Anyways, it was what place has been there for what, 40 years at least, probably?
At least.
I'm old enough to know that, actually. I'll just
Yeah, at least, as long as I've lived in Lincoln.
You didn't
Park,
want to
it was-
landmark that one, did you? Okay.
I don't think it was sought. It was not
Nor did
sought,
they.
although it
I
might
don't
have
think they
been
sought
there.
it either.
Yes, yes.
All right.
So,
Any other comments or questions on the North Halsted application? All right. Hearing none, can I get a motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Obviously with the
Move to
substitute
pass,
narrative.
Alderwoman Hadden.
Alderwoman Hadden makes that motion. Move to pass. Any objections? Hearing no objections, the item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. All right. Let's see, bottom of page 4. Document number 20770 T1, 47th Ward. The ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address is 3244 North Lincoln Avenue. Change request, B13 Neighborhood Shopping District to B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Nick Fatikas.
Thank you again, Chairman Nick Fatikas, for the record on behalf of the property owner and applicant 3244 Lincoln LLC. The subject property is uniquely shaped, almost like a V or L-shaped lot that has frontages both on Lincoln Avenue and Melrose to the immediate south. We worked with Alderman Martin's office and the zoning advisory committee in that ward to come up with a plan that did away with a curb cut on the Melrose Street frontage. So in the end, we're asking for a zoning change, a type 1 zoning change to establish B2-3 zoning for a mixed-use building with retail at grade and 7 residential units in total. Again, this is a transit served location, so there will be no parking provided as part of our building program. As part of our initial filing, we did submit a substitute narrative and plans. There have been no subsequent changes, but there is a substitute narrative and plan on file with DPD. There also should be a letter of support from Alderman Martin's office, again, already on file. Chair, you may be on mute.
All right. We'll start with the substantive narrative and plans motion. Alderman Wagasback, you would make that motion on that?
Yes, I move to accept the substitute plans and substitute narrative, Chairman.
Any objections to that? Hearing no objections, the substantive narrative and plans are in front of us. I think we've heard all the testimony on this item. So with
Yes.
that, can I get a motion?
I make a
move
motion
pass?
to pass this item as well, Chairman.
Alderman Wagasback makes the motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed with the substantive narrative and plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I drop off, I wanted to point out for housekeeping, on page 20 of the full agenda, it's part of the deferred document or application number 20481 in the 40th ward.
Wait, let me make sure we're on the.
We have a different agenda than you, Nick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'll give you, hold on one second because I have it marked in the other one too. It's on page 17 of the condensed agenda,
Hold on.
middle of the page.
Yes.
This one on
20
Ashland, the one on
Correct.
Ashland? Okay, what about-
201. We're asking for a deferral because we still have not been able to get to the plan commission yet. It's filed and pending. We just haven't had that hearing yet.
All right. So what we'll do there, I'll need to get a motion to defer this item by the same roll call
Motion.
that was used to determine quorum.
Motion to
Alderman
defer.
Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is deferred. All right. Are we done with you, Mr. Fatikas?
I think so. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you at the manhandler, okay?
There you go. We'll see you later, sir.
All right, okay. Now, we are in the middle of page 5. Document number 20775, 7th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. This common address is 2522 through 2532 East 73rd Street, and the change request from an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district and a C12 neighborhood commercial district, all to a C12 neighborhood commercial district. Warren Silver. Warren?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Warren Silver of Silver Law Office PC, here today representing the applicant and owner of the property, HLD Capital Management, LLC. As the chairman noted, this is a single zoning lot with a split zoning classification, C12 and RT4. We are seeking to change it to a single C1-2 district. And this is precipitated by the fact that this is a single-story office and retail building that has frontage on 73rd Street, 72nd Place, and Exchange Avenue. And one of the tenants is Higher Learning Daycare and Education Center. It's affiliated ownership with the applicant. It's been providing daycare services to the South Shore community for over 20 years. And at this time, they were seeking to expand their facility within the building in order to provide more service to the community. It's in a transit favored district that just steps from a metro stop on the South Shore line. And so we were going to be looking to take advantage of the transit-oriented parking benefits that are available in the C1 district and not in the R districts. We have been in communication with Alderman Mitchell's office. We understand that the alderperson has communicated with staff to convey his support for the matter, for which we are appreciative. And at this time, if anyone has any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them.
Thank you, Mr. Silver. We have gotten verbal support for this from Alderman Mitchell. And any questions from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Dowell on this one makes the motion. Any objections to our motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bottom of page 5, document number 20752 in the 9th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. The common address is 13722 South Leiden Avenue, I believe. The change request M11 Limited Manufacturing District to M21 Light Industry District. So we have Ayanna Washington.
Hello.
Hello, Ayanna.
Hi, I'm Ayanna, the owner, Ayanna Washington.
Okay, would you like to describe the request for the zoning change, please?
Sure, I'm here with my partner, Ernest Green. The property was purchased in December. It was a used car wash when we purchased it, and the seller's attorney thought that the property did sit on a C3 in Riverdale. It shares the same zip code. But unfortunately, after closing, we discovered that the property was actually in Chicago, and it's a M11 light industrial, and we're trying to do used car sales. So we're just wanting to convert that over to an M2. We had no feedback from neighbors with the exception of one phone call from a neighbor congratulating us for promoting business in the area.
All right. I know Alderman Beal, you're on the call.
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Would you comment on the on this application, please?
All right, Mr. Chairman, I know nothing about this zoning change. I was notified, when I looked at the committee agenda, and the community has not been notified, and neither has my office. So I'm respectfully asking that this item be held until further notice.
Okay, so you're making a motion to defer. You are a committee member. Okay.
Yes.
So, Alderman Beal makes a motion to defer the item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? I don't know, was that a member or was that someone's pet?
I'm sorry, that's my dog. I'll go back on mute.
All right. Well, all right. So no objections. The item is deferred. Now, Miss Washington, you've heard the alderman, right? So that would behoove you to make an appointment to discuss this with his office and the surrounding neighbors so that we can hopefully give you an affirmative decision in the very near future.
Okay, I'll refer to his office. I did send letters to the surrounding neighbors within the 250 feet, but I will refer to his office.
Please do, and then we hope to see you back here.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day. All right, now we're on the top of page 6. And we are document number 20761 in the 14th Ward. The ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address is 3834 West 47th Street. The change request, RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to a B31 community shopping district. Mark Kupiak or Agnes.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Kupiak here. Mark Kupiak, I'm the attorney for the applicant Rosa Busio and her husband. They're the applicant and also the owners of the subject property. And the subject property is improved with a one-story, one-story fast food restaurant. And actually, Rosa and her husband have owned the property for 20 years. I haven't been able to trace the entire zoning history, but I believe that the property was zoned business at the time this building was built because it's a one-story commercial building. When Rosa and her husband bought it about 20 years ago, the property had already been down zoned to residential. However, there was an ongoing business with a current license, so they were able to get their business license. And they operated their restaurant there for 18 years. They closed down a couple of years ago and rented to a new tenant. And most recently got another new tenant. And when the new tenant went in for a business license, was told that there had been a lapse in the license and that there's been no license there for more than 18 months. And as a result, they would have to rezone the property from residential back to business in order to get a new license for the restaurant in the existing building. So Rosa has actually been into the ward office a couple of times to explain her predicament to the alderman and ask for his support. And I believe you have a letter of support sent to you by the alderman.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Burke. I don't know if he wants to speak on this item. Alderman Burke on the item on 47th Street. Ed, do you want to talk on this one? No.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to be able to support the proposal. And although I'm not a member, I hope the other members will join you in voting in favor of this matter.
Thank you, Alderman. Any questions, Alderman or the applicant? Just a quick question for Mr. Kupiak. So yes. We have a operator there, a new restaurant that's going to become, that's proposed in there? Yep.
Yes, Busio still own the property. They have a new tenant, and the zoning change would allow the new tenant to get a new license for the existing building.
Okay.
Similar to what they've done for the last 20 years.
Well, they decided they don't want to get back into the restaurant business. They'd rather lease it out, it sounds like to me.
They say it's a tough business, restaurant, right now.
No comment on that one. Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Can I motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass. Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback makes that motion. Move to pass. Any objections to the motion? Hearing no objections, the item is passed, and good luck.
Thank you.
Now we're staying in page 6. Document number 20760, 25th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address is 1112 West 19th Street. Change request, RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. Mark, do you want to talk about this item in the 25th Ward?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is Mark Kupiak. I'm the attorney for the applicant. And the applicants are Maria Ramirez and her husband, both the owners and the applicants of the subject property. Subject property is improved with an existing 2-flat building, 2-flat with a basement. Maria would like to convert that basement to an additional apartment for a total of 3, use it as a 3-flat. Unfortunately, this property is not in one of the new ADU pilot areas. So in order to add the additional apartment, we need to rezone the property. We have completed the Alderman Sigcho Lopez questionnaire with respect to the zoning change. And Maria has been in his office to introduce herself and explain the project, ask for his support, and I do believe you have a letter of support from him.
We do have a letter from Alderman Cicho Lopez. I believe he's on the call.
Yes, Chairman.
All right, Cicho.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes,
Yep.
no, thank you and to the applicant and as they mentioned, we are not yet in the ADU pilot. We have a complex mixed bag of zoning and properties in the 25th ward, but certainly glad to support this addition from a local resident, and I will continue working with the housing department to make this a more structural change. But I will ask my colleagues to support us with a favorable vote to this application after they have fulfilled all the guidelines of the zoning advisory board. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, so you're in support of this application as it's presented today, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Questions for the alderman or the applicant? Nope. Hearing no objections, can I get a motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass, Mr. Chairman.
That's all. Alderwoman Dowell makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, bottom of page 6. Document number 20733, 27th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address is 2029 West Washington Boulevard. And the change request RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Kupiec. I am the attorney for the applicant for this property, 2029 West Washington LLC. And we're looking to rezone from R4 to an R4.5. Before we start, one procedural matter. The applicant did go through a community process at the request of the alderman. He appeared before the homeowners of Westtown United to explain his project. And actually, the project is to give him extra floor area so he could build a rear addition to the existing building, and does have the support of the community. The alderman did ask that he do this moving forward as a type 1 application, just to memorialize the plans that were shown to the community group. So procedurally, I would like to revise our application, amend our application to a type 1 application. We did submit plans and a narrative to the zoning department in connection with this request. So if one of your committee members would be good enough.
All right, so Alderman Dow moves to amend the application to a type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to her motion? So hearing none, the type 1 application is accepted.
Thank you.
Right.
And again, the plans he showed to the community was for a third-story rear addition to the existing 3-story, 3-flat building. And actually, the particular story was he's looking for the extra floor area to enlarge one of the units so that he could live in that particular unit. And he did appear before homeowners of Westtown United to get their support. And again, also spoke with the alderman as a follow-up. The alderman did request a type 1, and we do want to proceed with the type 1. And other than that, I'm hopeful that Alderman Burnett is perhaps on the call to speak to his support.
Alderman Burnett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the councilor said, he did meet with the local community organization in that area, which is the homeowners of Westtown. We did have a community meeting on via Zoom in reference to this proposal. The community is excited to have an addition on this building, which some of it is going to be shared as some art space, if I'm not mistaken. So I ask that the committee support this. My community support it. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Any questions for the applicant or the Alderman? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to move to pass?
Alderman
by the same roll
Wagasback
call?
moves to pass, Chairman.
Alderman Wagasback makes the motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objection? Hearing no objection, this item is passed as amended to a type 1. Thank you. All right. Top
Thank you.
page or bottom of page 7. Document number 20763, 19th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. The address is 111112, or I'm sorry, 111112 South Christiana Avenue. The change request is a B11 neighborhood shopping district to an RS2 residential single unit detached house district. We have Mr. Tom Moore,
Thank
attorney
you.
for this one.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. This is a case where at the end of a block, there is an existing RS2 lot, undersized lot, and next to it is a B11, which is attached to the commercial district along the busy street to the south. I'm sorry, to the north. And so that lot is derelict. It's not used. It's just has brush on it. And by combining the two lots, there will be a buildable RS2 lot. So this request is to move that lot that's in the B district to change it to an RS2. And when combined with the lot to its south, it will be a buildable RS2 lot. The owner went through a community meeting in the 19th Ward, and we're not aware, we have a letter of support from Alderman O'Shea, and we're not aware of any objectors, and we request your support as well.
All right. We do have a letter of support from Alderman O'Shea. Not on the call, right?
No.
No. Okay. Questions for the applicant? Hearing none, can I get a motion moved to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Alderman Raboyes makes that motion to move to pass.
So moved.
Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, top of page 8. Oh. And Alderman Raboyes, we have you marked for the quorum also. All right. Page 8, top of page 8, 47th Ward, document number 20772, 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address 1753 West Cornelia. And the change request RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district. Mr. Tom Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This is a 4-story, 2-unit building. So it has 2 duplexes in an R3, and it's non-conforming. The top duplex has, I think, 6 bedrooms, something like that, and has only been rentable to basically single males. The owner thinks that it would be better for himself and for the neighborhood if he was to split that duplex into 2 separate 3-bedroom apartments. And rather than having a frat party on the 3rd and 4th floor. So we presented that to the local community group and to the 47th Ward zoning committee. And we have the support of the alderman with the caveat that Mr. Hobbs, the owner, has written a letter to the alderman, signed a letter to the alderman acknowledging that the property will be back downzoned from RT4 to RS3 after he changes it, gets his permits and successfully changes it from a two duplex units into a duplex with two separate apartments. So from 2 units into 3 units. With that caveat, we have the alderman's support, and we request your support as well.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. The roundabout way for the roundabout explanation, you know, as a frat guy myself, that's kind of interesting. You made that analogy in 2021. But that being said, we do have a letter of support from Alderman Martin with that caveat. Any questions, comments from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was
Move to pass.
form?
Chairman Wagasback. I mean, Chairman.
Chairman Wagasback moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, I think that's it with you, Mr. Moore, right?
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for your time and attention.
Great. Middle of page 8, document number 20767T1, 25th Ward. The ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. The common address, 2124 West Poulter Street. Change request RS3, residential single unit detached house district to a B 2.15 neighborhood mixed use district. We have Tyler Manick on this item.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of Salvador and Marguerite Leonis, owners of the subject property at 2124 West Colt. Property is currently zoned RS3 and is improved with a 2-story, 3-dwelling unit building. Salvador and Marguerite are longtime residents at this location, and through this zoning map amendment to rezone the parcel to a B2-1.5 zoning district, the applicant seeks to lawfully establish the 3rd dwelling unit and create conforming setbacks for the existing building and a new garage. Prior to filing this application, the applicant met with the alderman and his zoning advisory board to explain his request. Based on those meetings, both the alderman and his zoning advisory board support this application to allow these long-term residents to make maintenance repairs and improvements to their home that they could not otherwise make due to the density and setback restrictions of the existing zoning district, which will allow them to continue residing in their home. With the support of the alderman, the applicant respectfully requests that this committee recommend passage of a zoning map amendment of 2124 West Coulter to a B2-1.5 zoning district, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Let's see. We have a letter of support from Alderman Cicho Lopez. Alderman, would you like to say a few words other than your letter?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. No, yes, again, we reviewed the proposal with the zoning advisory board. And after the review, we are asking our colleagues for a favorable consideration of this item. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for the alderman or the applicant? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass, Alderman Wagsworth.
Alderwoman Haddon makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Now we're going to move to a little bit out of the order, but staying with Mr. Manick. I will read in on page 22, document number 20743, the 49th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. This common address, 7416 through 7460 North Ridge Boulevard. Change request, plan development number 180 to plan development 180 as amended. Tyler Manick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Benedictine Sisters of Chicago, who own the subject property at 7416 to 7460 North Ridge Road. The applicant seeks to amend the existing plan development 180 to a plan development 180 as amended. On July 15th, 2021, this project went before the Plan Commission where it received unanimous recommendation for approval. And as a result, I respectfully request that this committee incorporate the report findings and recommendations from that Plan Commission hearing into these proceedings.
So
moved,
Al-
Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Lopez moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. All right, Tyler, continue.
Yes, the Benedictine Sisters of Chicago is a religious order that seeks to amend the existing plan development to create a new sub-area of approximately 2.5 acres in their existing campus to allow for a future senior living facility where the sisters may relocate and age in place where their order has resided for the past 120 years, and which their current living conditions are inadequate to address their future living needs. This plan development amendment will allow them to move into the new senior living facility and allow them to continue their ongoing ministry at this location and stewardship of this land that they have had over the past 120 years. Prior to filing this application, the applicant engaged in a series of meetings with Alderwoman Haddon and Department of Planning staff. The applicant further engaged in a 49th Ward community meeting, and the alderman has graciously given her time and consideration and support for the sisters and their needs, or their new residential needs. She has provided a letter of support to this committee, and as a result, I respectfully request this committee's favorable support for this PD amendment that will fulfill the sisters' housing needs.
Thank you, Tyler. I see we have Alderwoman Austin Carey, hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. How many units will this be?
It's allowed for a maximum of 100 units, senior living units.
And this is just specifically for the sisters?
No,
Not outside?
The sisters have 22 sisters living at their current campus at this property with an average age of 84 years. The 22 intend to move there. The remaining will be open to the public. We did do a market study in advance, and by the time this building's online, there's going to be a significant shortage of senior living units in this area.
Okay, exactly, because I'm having a shortage myself out on the far south side, so that's the reason why I'm inquiring. All right, then, wonderful. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Tyler. This has been, I'll say the first part, this isn't the last that my colleagues will hear about work on this PD. Really appreciate the partnership with the Department of Planning. We've got 82% community support on this. And as Tyler mentioned, really on this large parcel, for those of you familiar with the 49th, we're pretty geographically small. And this is a large 14-acre property. So this really just makes an amendment in the PD to allow for this initial use. So I appreciate everyone's support on this. There's more planning to come, and certainly will have more community meetings as well when there is actually a proposed development. But we're excited about being able to make this change to support the sisters. We've engaged with community members, not just in the 49th Ward, but also the 50th, as this is right on the border. And so thanks to my colleague, Alderman Silverstein, for helping us to reach those neighbors as well. And Chairman, just appreciate everyone's favorable support of this amendment.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Questions for the Alderwoman or the app?
Move to pass, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
Alderman, hearing more questions. Alderman Lopez moves do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. All right, thank you. And I think that's
Thank
it
you,
for
Mr.
you,
Chairman.
Tyler. I think you're done, right?
Yes, I am.
Thank
right.
you very much.
Top of page 9, document number 20748, T1, in the 26th Ward. The ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address is 2651 West Augusta Boulevard. Change request, RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to an RM 4.5 Residential Multi-Unit District. We have Amy Person.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Proceed.
Great. And I don't know if you can see me here. Hello. Raymond, I don't know if you can help me get on.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I join as a panelist or attendee? A panelist, I guess.
Promote her to panelist. I've been trying.
My staff's been trying to promote you to panelist, but we're not. So you could just put your photo there. It's fine.
Very good. I apologize for the.
Oh, now we have you.
delay.
Now we
Hello,
have
Mr. Chairman. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. This is a matter that's relatively simple. It's in the 26th Ward. Alderman Maldonado has provided a letter of support. That support was conditioned upon the purchaser of the properties assuring the alderman and having a deed restriction that indicates that this property will be used for her and her family. The woman is an older to middle-aged lady who intends to build a 3-flat, which she will occupy with her relatives, including her son, who works for the city of Chicago, a relative who is a veteran and an older member of the family.
All right. All right. So I'm sorry. Are you finished or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we do have a letter of support from Alderman Maldonado. And any questions from committee members? None. Alderman Raboyes then makes a motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners, members of the council.
Thank you. All right, top of page 10. Document number 20744, 33rd Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. The common address on this one is 3502 through 3504 North Elston Avenue. And the change request is from a C11 Neighborhood Commercial District to C12 Neighborhood Commercial District. I'm sorry, from C11 Neighborhood Commercial District to C12 Neighborhood Commercial District. Fred Augustin.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Fred Augustin. I'm the attorney on this matter with offices at 33 North LaSalle. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, All Black LLC. Applicant is the owner of the subject property located at 3502-04 North Elston. Property is currently improved with a 2-story mixed-use building containing 2 commercial spaces at grade and 1 dwelling unit above. We are here seeking a rezoning from the current C11 Neighborhood Commercial District to a C12 Neighborhood Commercial District. Mr. Chairman, the existing 2-story mixed-use building will remain. The reason for this change is to allow the applicant to rehab the existing building and then also build a 3-story addition at the rear of the building. And then when complete, we will have 2 commercial spaces at grade, a total of 3 dwelling units above, and on-site parking for at least 2 cars. We have worked with Alderwoman Rodriguez and her office on this matter. We also worked with the Avondale Neighborhood Association on this project. All are in support of this change. You should have a letter of support on your file. So I'm here to answer any questions the committee may have for us.
Okay, we do have a letter of support from Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez. Any questions, comments, committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass, Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you.
Just off, Fred, are you there?
Yeah.
So my understanding near Avondale and Elston, aren't these like really deep lots?
Yes, this is a very deep lot. It's also oddly shaped where, you know, with Elston Avenue at an angle. So.
Yeah, I heard they're almost like 200 feet deep.
Yeah, I mean, this one on one side is around 175 feet deep. while the other side is 129 feet deep. So,
Okay, all right, just point of information. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, middle of page 10, document number 20747, 37th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address 411 North Avers Avenue, and the change request. RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to an M21 Light Industry District. Let's see, Tom, looks like Tom Pekarsky is on the line on this one. Tom?
Correct. And good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tom Pekarsky of the law firm of Gordon and Pekarsky, and I'm representing the applicant on a zoning amendment request for 411 North Avers Avenue. We're before you seeking an amendment of the City of Chicago zoning map from the current RS3 to that of an M2-1 for the property commonly known as 411 North Avers Avenue. Subject property is a vacant, somewhat substandard lot measuring 49 by 119 feet. If granted, the applicant will be permitted to continue use of the property for the outdoor storage of vehicles and materials related to the applicant's roofing contractor business. The subject site is one property removed from a substantial manufacturing zone district and located at a dead end of a street, so the M is consistent. We have reviewed our plans with Alderman Mitz, who has provided a letter of support for the proposal to the chairman. And therefore, we ask the committee to vote its recommendation of passage of the application to the full city council.
All right, thank you, Tom. And for the record, you have a letter of support from Alderwoman Mitz?
I do. It was directed to you. I thought that it had been already forwarded to
All right,
you.
we'll resend it. We'll take that on your word, but please send it to the committee.
Okay.
All right, questions from committee members? Hearing no questions, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? That is Alderman Austin makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, moving on.
Thank you.
Bottom of page 10. Thank you, Tom. Bottom of page 10, document number 20771, 37th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. This common address, 654 North Lockwood Avenue. Change request. RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to an RT4 Residential 2-flat Townhouse and Multi-Unit District. We have Ms. Jimena Castro, I believe. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go on this one in the 37th Ward, please?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon now. My name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esgar and one of the attorneys for the matter before you today. The property is a vacant lot located at 654 North Lockwood. And the applicant is proposing to build a 2-story building with 3 dwelling units, 3 rear surface parking spaces. And we're seeking to rezone the property from an RS3 to an RT4 to make this possible. We have met with the alderwoman who is supportive, and I believe you should have a letter of support from her office stating her support. We would appreciate your support in this matter as well.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. We do have a letter of support from Alderwoman Mitz. Questions from committee members? Hearing no questions, no hands up. Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Moore.
Alderman David Moore makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you very much.
All right, top of page 11. Let's see. Document number 20746, 39th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. This common address, 4635 West Lawrence Avenue. Change request, C11 Neighborhood Commercial District to C21 Motor Vehicle Related District. Patrick Turner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Patrick Turner with offices at 33 North LaSalle, and I represent Comora Land Holdings LLC, who is the owner of the subject property located at 4635 West Lawrence. For the record, Mr. Chairman, at the time the map amendment application was filed, Comora Land Holdings LLC was the contract purchaser. We have since closed on the acquisition of the property as of June 30, 2021. So Comora Land Holdings LLC is in fact the current owner of the property. The applicant is seeking to rezone the property from its existing C1-1 district to C2-1 district to establish a landscape contractor's office and outdoor storage yard. The applicant worked with the Mayfair Civic Association and the Pulaski Elston Business Association, as well as Alderwoman Nugent's office, and revised the project and plans to address some of their concerns. We do have a letter of support from the Mayfair Civic Association, as well as the Pulaski Elston Business Association, and I believe Alderwoman Nugent has submitted also a letter of support.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. I see my colleague Alderman Nugent's on the call.
Hey.
Samantha, would you like to talk about the Lawrence Avenue application?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the time. Yes, as Mr. Turner has indicated, we have letters of support from the Community Association and the Business Association. We've met with neighbors. I do not object to this project. I think it'll be a good thing for the community. So grateful for the time and consideration today.
Thank you, Alderwoman. And we do have on record 4 letters of support from your surrounding community groups on file. All right,
Great.
Questions for the applicant or the alderman? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved.
Alderman Hopkins makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing no objections, the item is passed. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you, Alderwoman Nugent.
Thank you. Moving on to middle of page 11, document number 20774, 42nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. The common address 1045 through 1047 North Rush. Change request DR3 Downtown Residential District to a DX7 Downtown Mixed Use District. Katie Janky-Dale is the attorney.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Katie Janky-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Rich Clowder, we represent the applicant 1045 through 47 North Rush LLC. As a preliminary matter, there is a substitute on this one. We converted what we originally filed to a type 1 and have provided materials to Anna Robles in the zoning department. So we'd ask that the committee accept the substitute.
So you are asking to move this application to a type 1.
Correct.
Application, and I'm going to ask for a motion to accept a type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
That is my vice chair, Alderman Raboyes. Any objections? Hearing none, this item is now amended to a type 1 application.
Thank you. This is a relatively technical application that concerns approximately 384 square feet of property that is zoned DR3 adjacent to a larger site that's zoned DX7 and owned by the same entity. So we're requesting this rezoning to unify the 2 sites together so that it will be one unified DX7 site that can then be one zoning lot and developed together. The proposal is for a 5-story building with retail on the ground floor, a 3-story restaurant, and then 1 residential unit on the top floor. After getting this rezoning change, we will also need to go in front of the Plan Commission for a lakefront approval, as well as the ZBA. We've been working with Alderman Riley and his staff on this for quite a while. It's a relatively technical amendment, but kind of larger land use matter. And it's my understanding that he or his staff had reached out to committee staff voicing no objection to this matter. I'm available for any questions, but respectfully request a favorable recommendation of the committee. Thank you.
All right. Before we hear from Alderman Riley, Anna Robles, do you have any comment on this one?
Chairman, I do not. It is a amended type 1, not a substitute. So yes.
Thanks, Anna.
Okay. In the narrative, it says a 4-story building, but according to Katie, it's a 5-story building.
Well, it's 100 feet tall structure, and it's a 4 and 5 story. The top floor is a little smaller than
Okay.
the below.
Okay, Alderman Riley, you want to comment on Rush Street?
Yes, Chairman, we've been working with the applicant for some time. Initially, the proposal for this site was much, much larger and out of scale with the middle of the block. So after receiving feedback and working with the developer and team, this is the final product. But this is really a technical amendment to bring a much smaller piece of this lot into compliance, so we can do the project that has been vetted with the community. So I have no objection to the item moving forward, and I appreciate my vote.
Thank you, Alderman. Questions, comments from committee members?
Alderman Hopkins moves to pass.
All right, before I ask that, Brendan, I have a comment. Do we have a identified restaurateur on this? Do we have somebody going in on this thing? 3 stories?
There are a couple of operators that they're working with right now, but as I understood it last, they did have one that this would be purpose built for, but I don't think I'm at liberty to share that right now, Chairman.
Great, okay. All right, so Alderman Hopkins makes a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed as amended to a type 1.
Thank you.
All right, bottom of page. You know what, how much more do we have to go?
5.
Okay, I'm gonna hold 44 until the end, and I know, but Vice Chair, you'll stick with me to the end of the regular agenda, and we'll go back to 44 together, okay? Ariel?
Hey,
Okay, top of page 12.
You're going to take a motion to defer.
Okay, so this is document number 20757T1, 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address 2250 through 2258 West Irving Park Road. Change request B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District and B11 Neighborhood Shopping District, all to a B33 Community Shopping District. And I know Katrina is on the line.
We're
Katrina,
taking a motion.
who's making the motion to defer?
Katrina
Was
and
it the Alderman's request, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, so Alderman Martin has notified that he wants this item to be deferred.
Correct.
All right, so with that, do I have a motion to defer the item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Riley so moves.
Alderman Riley makes the motion. Any objections? Hearing none, the item will be deferred. All right, Katrina, you're good?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Now we're in the middle of page 12. Document number 20722, 11th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Let's see, the common address 3506 through 3520 South Halsted Street. Change request to B33 Community Shopping District, to C32 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District, and then to a business plan development. Andrew Scott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Scott, here on behalf of the applicant, Our Revival Chicago LLC. Mr. Chairman, if I might, before we proceed, this matter was before the Plan Commission on July 15th. Received a unanimous recommendation. I would ask that the findings and proceedings from the Plan Commission be incorporated into the record today.
Alderman Riley moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This project may seem familiar, notwithstanding the brief description here. It actually came before the committee mid-March of 2020. This is for an 1,800 approximately capacity live music venue, a 4,000 square foot restaurant and 5,000 square foot brewery down in the Bridgeport neighborhood. It was at our request held in committee because we were in the process of acquiring the property and our sellers didn't want us to rezone the property. So it was held in committee. And unfortunately, based on the provisions of the zoning ordinance, when the city council did not act on it due to COVID within 6 months, we needed to refile. So this is the exact same application that was approved a little over 15 months ago. And we would appreciate your favorable consideration, available to answer any questions. I believe Alderman Thompson has communicated his support for the project. And again, we would appreciate your consideration.
All right, Andrew, let's hear from the alderman, because I know the committee is very familiar with this project. And I know the alderman is very enthusiastically supportive. So I think I'd like to know why we're back on this, other than the COVID issue, because, you know, our committee has been meeting every month regardless. So Patrick.
Well, I mean, Chairman, the short
No,
answer
I'm not
is.
talking about you, Patrick Murphy.
Oh.
I'm talking about Alderman Patrick Thompson. I thought he was on the call.
He's not, but we do have his letter of support.
Okay, but we do have letter of support. So Patrick Murphy now. Why don't you illuminate this project that has been in front of our committee? And
Well,
pass.
okay, I what I was going to say
Or didn't
initially is
pass.
that.
I mean, I'm sorry, Plan Commission.
Right. So what I was going to initially say is the reason that it's back is because of a specific expiration clause that exists for 6 months between the time at which an application is forwarded from Plan Commission to having an action done by City Council. So that's a technical reason why it's back here again. As far as the specifics of the project and the renovation and the rehabilitation, I would defer to Andrew to give, if he wants to give a recap from Plan Commission, but it's the same as from before.
I'm not asking to rehash it, because this also has been in front of Finance Committee, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Okay, so we've seen this a lot. And I think if members want to ask specifics about it, but this is a major renovation of an old theater on Halsted that had been vacant for 30 years or something to my memory. And
Hey, I'm on
the
a
fact
Zoom
that,
call. Can I call Lou right back?
okay, so I want to just, what I do want to make sure is that the zoning committee and or the plan commission did support it. I know the finance committee supported a lot of it, but at the end of the day, why are we back with this 6-month delay?
So, okay, so it's really a two-part answer. So technically the reason you're back is because of the delay. I don't know what caused the delay for Andrew's client. So I don't know why they could not proceed within the 6 months, but the reason that it's back is because they did not proceed within the 6 months.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that our committee was never holding back anything.
No, Mr. Chairman, you did everything that we asked you to do, because when we came before the committee in March of 2020, we were under contract to purchase a number of pieces of property, but none of our sellers wanted us to formally rezone the property until we had acquired it. And so late February, early March, nobody ever thought, what would come with the rest of the year would happen. And so I had asked you to hold the matter in committee pending our acquisition of the property, and then we were going to come back to your office and ask you to then report it out to the full city council. Because of the pandemic, there was not a whole lot of appetite for 1,800 live music venues, breweries, and restaurants, and so the project was put on hold. And then, because of the extensive passage of time, and we were not in a position to acquire the property by the time the 6 months had passed that Patrick had referenced, Patrick Murphy, it automatically expired and was deemed denied. So it's not your committee at all.
Yeah, and I get
it's not you, it's me.
I get the live venue and the fact that they were mostly shut down for 18 months. Why financing might not be in order for such a large project. So thank you. With that, I think Alderman Patrick Thompson has his hand up. Patrick.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to again
voice my support for this project. This is a great project. I appreciate Tyler and his entire team committing, and all of the landlords that are selling for their commitment to make this happen. As Andrew said, that it's completely his fault, so we could blame him. But it was really the pandemic that caused everything to delay and toll for a year. But they're here. We're moving forward, and this will be a great catalyst, not only for 35th and Halsted for the Bridgeport community, but I think on the south side of Chicago as well. So I would respectfully request everyone to again support this. You supported in the past, and let's get this across the finish line. So thank you.
All right, Patrick, I know how enthusiastic you are. We can only control so many things. But I want to make sure that our committee was not holding up anything that you so avidly support. That's what I want to have on the record. And
absolutely,
yeah. And finance is a whole different issue. That's not. That's a whole different committee. So I just.
And we're all good there. So you've been very supportive. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Alderman Hopkins moves to pass.
Alderman Hopkins makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed as revised. Thank you. And
Mr. Chairman,
let's
one
not.
more matter on this. I'm going to make the same request that I did 15 months ago, and I would ask that you hold this in committee. We are supposed to close on all of these properties at the end of this month, but we have the same request from our sellers that we not rezone the property until we have closed on it. So if you could hold it until further communications from my office, that would be very much appreciated.
They will not appear. We will not
All
report
right.
it out.
We will not report it out.
Thank you.
But this is the last time.
I hope so.
You tell those money people, invest in the South, as the mayor has said, and Alderman Thompson has said.
This is going to be a great project. We really appreciate the help and support.
Well, they're trying to be Wrigley South, right, Patrick? That's what you're all trying to do over there.
We're real comfortable with who we are. And,
especially this year.
Move to reconsider the vote.
All righty. All right. Well, good luck, and let's get it done.
Thank
All
you.
right. Now we're on the bottom of page 12. And I believe we're going to need a deferral on this, but I'll read it into the record. Document number 20683, T1, 30th Ward. Ordinance was referred on April 21st of 2021. Common address is 4730 West Grace Street. Change request RS3 residential single unit detached house district to an RT 3.5 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district. So I've been notified that this item needs to be deferred on behalf of Vice Chair Rabois. Is that correct? You would like to?
That is correct. Yeah, they got to do a community meeting.
All right. So I will entertain a motion to defer this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Alderman Hopkins makes that motion. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the item will be deferred till date certain in the future. All right. Now we're on page 13. We are on document number 20249, 48th Ward. Ordinance was referred on November 13th of 19. The common address is 5200 through 5220 North Sheridan Road, and also 1000 through 1012 West Foster. The change request is a B3 from a B35 community shopping district to a C15 neighborhood commercial district. And Tom Raines is the attorney on this. I'm sorry, Tim from the office of Tom Raines is Tim Barton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I am Tim Barton of the law office of attorney.
Tim, you got to speak up a little bit or get closer.
Okay. Let me know how that is.
Better.
Okay. I'm here today representing the applicant X Fund Entertainment LLC for the proposed rezoning of this property from B35 to C15 neighborhood commercial
This one was
district.
on page 19. and
The
then one
site
was
is at the
and
northwest corner of Foster Avenue and Sheridan Road. It's improved with a vintage 8-story mixed-use building.
Said 1 o'clock.
And the rezoning will allow the establishment of an e-gaming sports cafe in one of the building's 3 storefronts. X-Fun will offer high-end computers, Xbox and PlayStation consoles, virtual reality devices. There will be 82 computer stations, 6 console stations, 2 virtual reality stations. Packaged food and snacks will be served there. No alcohol is going to be on the premises. Customers are charged a flat hourly rate upon entrance to the facility, and it intends to be open from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. on weekdays and 12 o'clock to 3 a.m. on weekends. The project has undergone extensive community review. There have been 3 meetings, one as early as December 2019, and 2 more recent Zoom meetings in June and earlier this month. The project has broad community approval, including support from the Edgewater Chamber of Commerce, the Gaudi Technology Academy, and the Vietnamese Association of Illinois. I believe Alderman Osterman's Chief of Staff, Dan Luna, is on the call and can tell you more about the Alderman's position.
Thank you, Tim. Dan Luna from Alderman Osterman's office. Are you there? And if so, would you like to educate us on Foster and Sheridan?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, my name is Dan Luna, Chief of Staff for Alderman Harry Osterman here in the 48th Ward. I'm very excited about bringing this X-Fun Gaming Center to Edgewater. It's going to be right on the border of Edgewater and Uptown. And like Tim previously mentioned, we do have support from the local elementary school, Gaudi Elementary School, which is literally a block away from this location, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, both Uptown and Edgewater. Uptown is in support of it as well. And with that, sir, we've done a extensive community outreach and have had nothing but support for this project. And for that reason, hopefully you and the committee will move this along. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dan. Questions from committee members? All right, hearing no questions or comments, can I get a motion?
Alderman Wagasback.
Okay, no questions or comments by committee members. Alderman Wagasback makes motion do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. And any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item's passed. All right, now we are going to move to page 19.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, let me see, page 19, bottom of page 19, document number I'm sorry. Okay, let's go back to the top of page 19. This item is number 20765, First Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address is 2418 through 2428 North Milwaukee Avenue. And the change request, C15 Neighborhood Commercial District to C22 Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District. And let me see, this is, who's our attorney? Sarah Barnes. Sarah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney at the law offices of Sam Banks, located at 221 North LaSalle Street. Happy to be here today on behalf of the applicant, GW Logan Square LLC. in an effort to preserve this very remarkable Hollander storage building that is kind of a landmark in and of itself within the Logan Square neighborhood. Towards that end, prior to appearing before you today, we were here back in November of 2019 with a proposal to upzone the subject property to a C25, which was going to allow for the expansion of the existing 5-story building. That proposal called for a 5-story lateral addition. The anchor tenant that was intended for that development was a large recreational sports facility. And unfortunately, due to COVID, that corporation actually shuttered during the pandemic and terminated their contract for the property, thereby eliminating the viability for that project. As such, we are here with a new development proposal that actually is just going to preserve the existing Hollander storage building and enhance it through some design tweaks. We are proposing an adaptive reuse for the building, but no additions. The adaptive reuse of the building will allow for a daycare center to occupy the first floor. There will be office spaces, cooperative office spaces located on the second and third floors, and then 9 dwelling units above. The offices are actually going to be reserved on a first come, first served basis for the residents of the building so that it will operate, the building itself will operate and function much like a large live work establishment. We have been working very diligently with Alderman LaSpada and the amazing residents of the neighborhood, as well as the Logan Square Preservation Society that's provided great feedback on the proposal. With that, I too want to extend my gratitude to your staff, Mr. Chairman, as well as Ms. Anna Robles with the Department of Planning and Development, because we were working on this up until the 11th hour, and I know there's a lot of confusion and communications back and forth. So with all of that, this actually is not a type 1 zoning change because we are just simply reverting the prior type 1 zoning change that called for an upzone back down to the original underlying zoning designation. So we're going from a C25 to a C22. With that, we're happy to report that we have the support of Alderman LaSpada. I believe that he tendered a copy of a letter to your offices prior to this hearing. And with no further ado, I would be happy to answer any questions that any of the committee members may have.
Okay. All right. So a couple things. Number one, the department wants to know, is the curb cut being eliminated?
So that's going to be a much larger adventure with the Department of Transportation. The alderman would like to see it closed, and we are supportive of that if we can gain access through the alley. The alley is traversed by the CTA, so we're also going to have to be working with the CTA and CDOT on vehicular movements at and around the property. So that's, like I said, kind of a larger undertaking. And
right.
Of course, during our ongoing deliberations with the Department of Transportation, we will be keeping the Department of Planning and Development apprised of our progress, and I'm sure they'll be involved as well.
Okay, so
stay tuned in short and long.
As far as the zoning is concerned, the alderman is supportive of the zoning, and then the CDOT issues will be separate.
Correct.
All right, so next thing, you said the existing zoning is a C25?
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, I misspoke. It's a C15.
All right.
So sorry.
Just double checking on that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, questions, comments? As I said, we do have a letter of support from Alderman LaSpada on this project. No hands up. Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move.
Vice Chair Roboyas makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, so now, before we're going to the 44th Ward, right?
Correct.
All right. Let me just get myself organized here so I can get off the. Do you want me to read it in? And then,
Yeah.
Okay, so we're, everything? Okay, so Ariel will be on page 2 if you want to read it into the record. With the 32nd and 44th wards, aldermanic.
All right, the item, we're talking about A-8641?
Yep, you got it.
Okay, in the 44th ward and in the 32nd wards. To classify a segment of the West Belmont Avenue right-of-way from the center line of North Halsted Street on the east and the center line of North Southport Avenue on the west as a pedestrian retail street. We have Alderman Wagasback and Alderman Tunney here to speak on this matter.
Let's start with Scott.
Scott there? Scott?
Yeah, I'm here. This is an interesting project. We have a affordable housing building at Belmont and Racine. And we initiated a review of this pedestrian proposal because the building that we wanted to add to, rehabbing existing 70 units and adding 35 units of permanent supportive housing, put us in a spot where we couldn't use the adjacent parking lot. Working with planning and development, they surveyed these blocks of Belmont and determined that we could basically move ahead with this if we met the criteria of the pedestrian retail street here, which this does. So it started out with this one project that we were working on, but then working together with the chairman, we looked at the characteristics of this whole section of pedestrian street and found that it fit into it. So I think for all of us here that are working on this section, it works out for us for future development. And I would just ask for the committee's favorable support on this item.
Okay, Alderman Tunney.
Just want to support this designation. Historically, in the 44th Ward, Belmont Avenue had been a pedestrian street, or continues to be one, between Halsted and Racine. In the addition, will now take it to Southport. So I am in support of it. And for future land planning, it's the right way to address Belmont Avenue in this district. So obviously, I'm in support with Alderman Wagasback and hope the committee agrees with this designation.
Okay, if there are no questions, Alderman Hopkins makes a motion to pass by the same roll call used to determine quorum. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
And then page,
Thanks,
and
Vice
then
Chair.
Alderman, if you want to move to the second item, which is page 11.
Got it.
Bottom of page 11.
Yes. Next is file number 20759-T1 for the address commonly known as 3160-3162 North Broadway. The change request is from a B3-2 Community Shopping District to a B3-3 Community Shopping District. We have with us Katrina McGuire to present on this matter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn here on behalf of the applicant. We are seeking to rezone the subject property to B3-3. This is a transit served location, and we are seeking to establish 17 dwelling units and 6 parking spaces here in a 5-story building. This is a project that we reviewed extensively with Southeast Lakeview Neighbors, the community group that has jurisdiction in that area, as well as with our immediate neighbors to address their concerns. And as a result of those meetings and conversations, we did make some substantial changes to the project at the outset, including the reduction of the unit count from 21 to 17. We set back the building, the top story of the building, both at the front as well as at the back, set back the entirety of the building 30 feet off the property line to the rear, and made some design and aesthetic changes as well. Although we did make changes to the project, I just wanted to be clear on the record that all of those changes were made prior to filing so that there is no substitute or amended ordinance before you today. And with that, we're available for any questions you might have. And I do believe that we enjoy the support of Alderman Tunney for this project.
Speaking of Tunney, Alderman Tunney would like to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. As was stated by Katrina, a very extensive process was engaged with the community, Salvin, immediate neighbors, and the developer, who's got a good track record in our neighborhood for this, actually this type of building. I think we built something very similar to this on Southport. And so community supported it. And I want to give thanks to my chief of staff for laboring many, many hours with you, Katrina, on this project. But I think it's going to be a great addition to the street. My only problem is what's going to be, what, 2 or 3 years in the future? When they're actually,
yes, at this point, with existing leases, it might be some time, although one never knows. We'll move forward as soon as we can.
Don't want to see it back in the committee. Okay. So.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. So I hope my colleagues support this work being done in 44, and appreciate your consideration on this.
Are there any questions on this matter? If there are no questions, Alderman Raymond Lopez makes a motion do pass by the same roll call used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, everybody. And for the benefit of the committee members, as I stated earlier, we will be back. We're going to take a recess to 1 o'clock, and we will review a number of, how many items? Maybe we got a dozen or so on the plan commission items. I see Alderman Kappelman's on there, so get ready, Alderman. We're going to hear from you on more than one project, I believe. So that being said, 1 o'clock. Can I get a motion to recess till 1?
So
Alderman Kaplan makes the motion. We'll see you all at 1 o'clock. All right, committee members, the July 20th Committee on Zoning is back in session. And we are going to start on I think a transformative project in the 4th Ward, and I'll read it into the record. This is document number 20428, 4th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 17th of 2020, and the common addresses 2601 through 3045 and 2600 to 3001 South Ellis Avenue, 2900 through 3030 and 2901 through 3001 South Cottage Grove, 2600 through 2900 South Lake Park Avenue, 533 East 29th Street, 401 through 434 East 26th Street, 2701 through 2955 South Vernon Avenue, 440 through 598 East 31st Street, and 2601 through 2627 South Martin Luther King Drive. The change request, plan development number 1133 and RM5 residential multi-unit district, all to a B35 community shopping district, and then to a plan development. So we have Mariah DeGrino going to be making the presentation today. Mariah?
I'm here. Good afternoon. Thank you.
All right.
My name is Mariah DeGrino with the law firm of DLA Piper. Along with my colleague Paul Shadle, we represent GRIT, the applicant for plan development approval, and the developer chosen by the city to transform the former Michael Reese Hospital site into Bronzeville Lakefront. I'm also joined by Scott Goodman, appearing on behalf of GRIT today, the developer, and David Scully from SOM, the architecture firm. I believe I should have the ability to share my screen here, put up a few slides as I go through this. Are you able to see the PowerPoint presentation, first title slide here with Chicago City Council Committee?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The application was considered and recommended for approval by the Chicago Plan Commission at a public hearing on February 18th. I would like to first ask that the transcript from that hearing be incorporated into the record of today's proceedings.
All right. So Alderman Kappelman moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, these records are incorporated. Continue.
And I believe the record of the materials presented at the Chicago Plan Commission and the materials submitted to you represent a substitute. So I would like to ask the committee accept that substitute.
All right, Alderman Kappelman makes the moves to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to moving the substitute? Hearing none, we have the substitute in front of us and also the records of the Plan Commission.
Thank you. The application seeks to establish a plan development to create Bronzeville Lakefront, redevelopment of the 48.6 acre former Michael Reese Hospital site, which closed in 2008. The city acquired the property in 2009 in preparation for the failed 2016 Olympics bid. The site has remained vacant since the hospital closed. The proposed PD includes a master plan and design guidelines intended to facilitate construction of approximately 7.9 million square feet of space of floor area, 6,786 dwelling units, and a variety of institutional, residential, and commercial uses to be developed in multiple sub-areas. GRIT has committed to achieving 30% minority business inclusion and 10% women-owned business inclusion, and striving to achieve 65% minority-led business participation. The project will also promote business and employment opportunities, including local small businesses in the new retail spaces and vocational training opportunities within the project itself. Bronzeville Lakefront is designed to provide numerous other public benefits, including a Bronzeville Welcome Center and community space, educational funding, and public open space. Bronzeville Lakefront would be constructed in phases, beginning with reconfiguring the internal campus-style roadway network that served the hospital, but isolated it from the community. The new roadway network would connect the site to the broader Bronzeville community and set the stage for development of institutional, commercial, and residential uses, as well as open space and community uses that honor and celebrate Bronzeville's history and community. GRIT anticipates the first vertical project would be construction of a biomedical research facility, reflecting Bronzeville Lakefront's focus on promoting health and wellness and equitable access. Concurrent with the project, GRIT would construct a public park fronting on 31st Street, which would be deeded upon completion to the Chicago Park District. GRIT would remain responsible for maintenance through a DEMA, a Development Easement and Maintenance Agreement, is that acronym. Since being selected as developer through the city's competitive bid process, GRIT has spent the last 4 years actively engaged with the Bronzeville community, including the Michael Reese Advisory Committee, the Department of Planning and Development, the Department of Transportation, and Alderman Sophia King. GRIT has conducted regular meetings with the advisory committee and its subgroups, numerous community meetings, town halls, and presentations. GRIT has worked in collaboration and partnership with the community, as well as the city's departments of planning and development and transportation, and other local and regional public agencies and stakeholders. On behalf of GRIT, I would like to thank Alderman King, the Mayor's Office, Departments of Planning and Development and Transportation, and the Michael Reese Advisory Committee for the collective work that shaped the PD being presented to you today. I respectfully request this committee's favorable recommendation that the application as substituted be approved, and we are available for questions.
All right, before we hear from the committee members and questions, Cindy from the Department of Planning, do you want to chime in on behalf of the amount of work that your department has put into this project?
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. Yes, it has been a lot of work, and I especially want to thank Alderman King and the volunteers of the members of the Michael Reese Advisory Council and the GRIT team We have, as Mariah explained, been working for the past 4 years on this since the city issued the RFP in 2016. The GRIT team was selected in 2017. And we've been working hard on this project ever since, especially the last couple of years. And this went to Plan Commission in February, and it was a very good meeting, if you recall, Chairman Tunney. And this first tenant that we expect is the Sheba Medical Center from Israel. And we're very excited to welcome them to Chicago. And this would be built in this first building, the ARC Innovation Center. And so, the GRIT team with their architect, SOM, and their landscape architect have been really showing us innovative designs, as you can see in this image. So we're very excited about this project. And again, want to thank everyone involved. It's been a lot of city staff. It's taken a whole village to get to this point. So it's been a lot of work, but we're grateful for this opportunity to be in front of the Committee on Zoning, Building Standards and Landmarks today.
Yeah. All right, Cindy, you're too modest on this, and I know we'll hear from the Alderwoman. But being on Plan Commission, obviously this biomedical life sciences is going to be transformative. My understanding, though, they also have, do they have a warehouse distribution part that's already been leased up on the north end of it?
They are working with a data center tenant on the north end of the site as well.
And then there is a historical landmark part of this. Would you make sure that?
Yes, the Singer Pavilion is the only existing building left on the site since the Michael Reese Hospital, from the Michael Reese Hospital campus. And that is, while it's not a landmark building, it is historically significant, and the applicant, as identified in the PD documentation, is proposing to do an adaptive reuse of the building and retain it. So that's a very exciting piece and an important component for the project.
Right. And I know that there's some flexibility in the PD in regards to office and residential components, but by and large, outside of this life sciences, give us an idea what could be on this fairly large site.
Sure. If Mariah could go back to the plan that shows all the parcels, that would be really helpful. I think we want to show that. So one more. This one, yes. So sub-area 1 is highlighted in the darker orange color to the south of the site. And so the ARC Innovation Center with the Sheba tenant would be on parcel 1B, and then parcel 1A would be built as well. And that's the open space that would then be conveyed to the Park District upon completion. Parcel 1I, which is just west of there, is proposed to be a senior housing and residential use. And then parcel 1C is where the Singer Pavilion will be, and where the Singer Pavilion sits, and that's going to be adaptively reused. And then further north, parcel 2D, that's the portion that is proposed to be a future data center. That is also where the remediation work that the city is undertaking is happening in that section. So, and then parcel 3A, as you know, that is existing building for Prairie Shores. And then the parcels between Cottage Grove and Vernon, 3C, 1H, 3B, and 1I, those are all identified for primarily residential use with some ground floor commercial space. So we would not have office use on those upper floors for those high rise.
And while it's not zoning, obviously CDOT's done a lot of work on connecting the grid back into the greater Bronzeville community, and then for the benefit to the east is the marshaling yards, which is it has nothing to do with this development. So
it's not part of the PD correctly currently, but the street grid was designed to be forward thinking to in the future connect over the railroad tracks and into the marshaling yards site if that is able to be developed, which is our goal, is to be able to redevelop that site, if we can find a different structured plan for the logistics facility for MPA. So, but yes, absolutely, the existing street grid is not connected, and that is a problem for the redevelopment of the site. And so we have absolutely worked with the Department of Transportation and the Michael Reese Advisory Council, Alderman King, and Prairie Shores as well, because part of the roadway impacts their property. So all of those elements have been coordinated to be able to provide this connection, which helps alleviate traffic issues in the area.
Great. Alderwoman King. I know you've
Hi,
spent
Chairman. Yeah, I'm
inordinate
here.
amount of time on this, and I know you have a lot to say about it, so.
Yeah, are you guys taking questions? Do you want me to close after questions, or do you want to hear me now? Whatever.
Well, I don't see hands up.
Okay.
But I think there might be after you.
After I go, I think, Chairman, first of all, thank you for having me here today to testify on this. I also Vice Chair Raboris and the rest of my colleagues. I think part of it is because, this is one of several packages that we are trying to move forward in order to move forward Bronzeville Lakefront, which everybody knows more as the Michael Reese development. And so, as you know, we heard a piece of this in finance yesterday. So my colleagues, may have a good understanding of this development. Needless to say, it's one of the larger developments in the city and will be very impactful to that end. So first of all, I'd like to just say thanks to Cindy and DPD for all of their help throughout this process. This is really just the beginning, but as Cindy indicated and others, it's been a group effort. And so I just want to say thank you to her and the team at DPD, including Commissioner Cox. But be remiss if I didn't say something about Tim Jeffries, Noah Francic, and Patrick Murphy, who was really very instrumental in helping me to understand plan developments. I now know way too much about them, but he is, does yeoman's work, as you probably know, Chairman. But I also want to extend my thanks to the GRIT team. We've had some, let's just say, a very meaningful conversation, and I think this PD, as well as the RDA and the infrastructure agreement, are better for it. So it's really been a family effort, but without the Michael Reese Advisory Council, I would just say to my colleagues that, if you don't have some entity like that in your ward that's helping make decisions, then I would quickly do that. But they have been very instrumental, and I think the city would reaffirm that, it's a very knowledgeable and passionate group of people who happen to live in the area. Some don't, but most do, who have added a lot of insight. But I'd love to ask for my colleagues' favorable consideration for a number of the reasons that were indicated during the presentation, but also because this will be a sustainable development, including residential, retail, commercial space, that's going to impact the entire city, probably the world, honestly, and provide, just a lot of economic stimulus, not to mention taking, vacant land off the tax rolls and adding probably billions of dollars to it long term, but also jobs, good jobs. Especially thankful to my partners in labor, Unite Here, for fighting along with us for making sure that in the long term that the hospitality industry has good paying jobs. And so, but throughout the development, there'll be, great jobs long term, including construction, short term and long term. And so it's really a great development. along with the community benefits that you've heard about. But I'd just like to mention, a few of them. In the first phase of development in the ARC building, there will also be a community center / digital museum. We haven't, yet named it, but, the development team has made a large commitment to that. So we're thankful for that, but we're also thankful that it will be kind of the gateway to the community. And so a very vibrant building we hope to establish there that pays homage to the Bronzeville community, to Michael Reese, and all of the historic, significant things that they have provided to not only the city, but to the world when we think about all the people, all the legacy that's there. Also, the team has made a commitment to education, a $25 million commitment. Hopefully that will be spurred quickly by the building of a digital center north on the property, as Cindy indicated. But I'd also like to add that, to help sustain the community center, because that's generally a problem for nonprofits, there will be an impact fee that all the tenants in the ARC Center will pay towards the operating costs for the community center. And then, of course, MBE, WBE requirements, as well as a commitment to diversity that goes beyond those normal goals: internships, apprenticeships, affordable housing, 20% on site. As Cindy mentioned, a senior building in the first phase. Write down for the commercial space that's there. They're going to have 10% of the commercial space written down by 20%. So that will help local businesses and attract local businesses there. And so just a lot of benefits for the community. And so I am proud to stand here today, sit here today, be here today to advocate on behalf of this development and this PD, and ask for the favorable consideration of my colleagues.
Thank you, Alderwoman. We've got a couple of hands up. We'll start with Alderman Rodriguez. Michael?
Thank you, Chairperson. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate Alderwoman and Chairperson King. I think this was a yeoman's job. You took the appropriate patience to get this done right, worked with multiple entities, labor, business, community groups, and kept us informed as well as your colleagues. I think this is a model for making this type of development work for our city. I'm looking forward to learning more about your process and potentially reading about this effort, because I think you're onto something. This does have multiplier impacts that are not just local, but potentially regional and international, as you said it. So I just commend you for this work, and would be happy to move to pass, Chairman, if there's no one else.
Well, I'm going to entertain Alderwoman Haddon before I ask for a motion, or reaffirm your motion, I should say.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Similar to my colleague, Alderman Rodriguez, just want to say, Alderman King, this is fantastic. It was exciting learning about this project. I've certainly heard you talk to us about it over the last year and a half or so too. And so it's fantastic to see this come to fruition. Cindy and the development team, I think these are fantastic benefits to Chicago and Alderman King. I also look forward to learning a bit more on how some of these benefits were negotiated and won. And also want to give a thank you to the GRIT team for choosing Chicago, for choosing the site, and for working with the aldermen to make this project what it will be. I look forward to the rest of the developments to come. Thank you, Chair.
Right, Alderman Carrie Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
to my colleague Alderman King. Everyone have given you such accolades on such a huge project. You have done the work of at least 10 aldermen, because this has been a big project that we all are proud of, but we're proud of you. When I did my shopping center, I thought that I was really wailing. This is minute compared to what you have done. And you've held it to the fire to make sure that the community benefits from it as well. I hope that at some point in time that I can wave a flag such as yourself when we do our medical district and make it as large as the Illinois Medical District. But for yours, you have a pattern that we can market. We can all look to you and what you have done and then pattern ourselves after you. So you are the leader in this role. So we thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Finally, I think we have Alderman Osterman would like to say a few words. Harry, unmute yourself, Harry. Harry, I know you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Okay, all right. Well, I know, I know there's still, you'll be able to say a few words there. So, all right. Well, I just want to, on behalf of the entire council, thank Alderwoman Sophia King. I know we'll hear about it again tomorrow, but as a lot was said, a lot of work was put into it, a lot of give and take, and the GRIT team and Department of Planning and your office and your community to be proud of the work. And it's going to be a legacy for the next 100 years, as Michael Reese was on this property before. So with that, I know Alderman Rodriguez makes the motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is.
I have an objection, sir.
All right.
Alderman King, I do believe that she wanted to be referred to by another name, the Bronzeville something.
Well, yeah.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Yep, Bronzeville Lakefront.
All right.
Bronzeville Lakefront.
All right. So with that, calling it the Bronzeville Center, we make that motion to move do pass, hearing no other objections. It's all right. Any objections? If not, this item will be voted on as passed, as revised, and what else? Passed, substitute, revised, and we'll all talk about it tomorrow. So congratulations to everybody.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
Chairman.
colleagues.
Thank you, Alderman King.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Ready on the next one. Okay, next on page 14. Document number 20725 in the 5th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. We have a fair amount of addresses on this one. I'll read it into the record. 1431 through 1525 East 77th Street, 7700 through 7716, and 7734 through 7744 South Blackstone Avenue, 7731 through 7741 South Chicago Avenue, 7701 through 7745 South Blackstone Avenue, 7700 through 7778 South Harper, 7707 through 7741 South Harper Avenue, and 7706 through 7740 South Stony Island. Change request from a C22 motor vehicle related commercial district, M12 limited manufacturing business park district, and RS3 residential single unit detached house district, all to C22 motor vehicle related commercial district, and then to a business plan development. Mariah, I think you're on the call for this one too.
I am.
All right.
Thank you.
Another exciting project on the south side.
It sure is. So again, my name is Mariah DeGrino from the law firm of DLA Piper. Along with my colleague Paul Shadle and Rich Clowerder, we represent Regal Mile Ventures LLC, the applicant for approval of the zoning changes and to create the new plan development, which would allow development of Regal Mile Studios, a film studio in the South Shore community area. This application was considered and recommended for approval by the Chicago Plan Commission at a public hearing last week, July 15th. I would like to request that the transcript from that hearing be incorporated into the record of today's proceedings.
So Alderwoman Haddon makes a motion, move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum to incorporate the records of the Plan Commission.
Thank you.
Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated.
Thank you. The subject property consists of a 7.42 acre vacant site located in the vicinity of 77th Street, Stony Island, and South Chicago Avenue. A large portion of the site was formerly the location of a Kmart store and Zehrs before that, which has been demolished. The application seeks to rezone the site to a uniform C2-2 designation and then establish a plan development to facilitate redevelopment of the site with state-of-the-art film studio consisting of approximately 220,000 square feet of floor area, 95 parking spaces in an on-site surface parking lot, and outdoor flexible space. The project would consist of studio spaces, an accessory office and support space such as administrative offices, a green room, wardrobe areas, and employee support areas. The project also includes an outdoor plaza along South Chicago Avenue. The project will provide MBE and WBE participation at 26% and 6% respectively, and will achieve 100 points on the city sustainability matrix using multiple strategies from the matrix menu. The project is estimated to produce 250 construction jobs, 34 permanent full-time studio jobs, and approximately 300 production jobs. The applicant has worked closely with Alderman Hairston as well as Alderman Harris, whose ward borders the project site. I respectfully request this committee's favorable recommendation that the application be approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariah. I know that we do have support from both Alderwomen's Harris and especially Hairston, I believe. I know this is, if my memory serves me correct, this has been a few decades in the making, or at least the dream, I should say, of having a studio and film production company over there. So, neither of the Alderwomen are on the call, but we do have their letters of support. So with that, do I have questions, comments? Did we have a representative from the studios at all? You didn't have any of the owner of the studio, did you, Mariah?
Not today.
Okay. He was at Plan Commission. And, okay. All right. So can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum on this item?
So moved, Alderwoman Haddon.
That's Alderwoman Haddon makes the motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised?
Yes.
As revised. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another really exciting project, actually, in the South Side. All right, so now we're on the top of page 15. We're on document number 20726 in the 8th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Again, we have a fair amount of addresses here, so bear with me. We'll start with 7520 through 7530 South Greenwood Avenue, 1044 through 1058 East 75th Place, 7511 through 7565 South Greenwood Avenue, 1120 through 1148 East 76th Street, 1121 through 1147 East 76th Street, 1035 through 1077 East 76th Street, 7556 through 7564 South Greenwood Avenue, 7600 to 7606 South Greenwood Avenue, 7601 through 7627 South Greenwood Avenue, 1101 through 1127 East 76th Place, 1100 through 1128 East 76th Place, 7637 through 7661 South Greenwood Avenue, 1100 through 1110 East 77th Street, 1101 through 1111 East 77th Street, and finally, 7701 through 7741 South Greenwood Avenue. The change request from institutional plan development 1220 to institutional plan development 1220 as amended. And this is with Graham Grady. Graham? Graham.
Oh, there's Sylvia.
Hello, Chairman, Alderperson.
Okay.
Chairman, Tony, can you hear me now?
We can. Okay, proceed, Graham.
Good afternoon. My name is Graham Grady at the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister, and along with my colleague Sylvia Mikas, we are pleased to represent Arts in Motion, a charter school, for this amendment to Plan Development 1220. Along with me, available for questions, are Kara May, the principal of Art in Motion Charter School, and Larry Kearns of Wheeler Kearns Architect, the architect of record on the project. First, we would like to thank and acknowledge Alderperson Harris for her continued support. Chair Tony, you may recall that Al Ryder, on behalf of Alderperson Harris, provided a statement in support of this project at the meeting of the Plan Commission on July 15th. We request that the record of the July 15th Plan Commission hearing be entered into the record of this committee.
All right. Alderwoman Haddon moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are now incorporated. Continue, Mr. Grady.
Thank you. The applicant, Art in Motion, is a creative arts public school, which is a student-centered, art-infused, and personalized educational curriculum for every student. The proposal here is to reuse this building for a school to be operated by Art in Motion. The school is currently already outfitted for a daycare center, and there is no construction that is needed. The only change we need today is to modify the plan development to allow school as a permitted use. The applicant is actually seeking just a temporary use of this facility for its 9th and 10th grades for the coming school year, starting next month. AIM operates its principal campus at 7415 South East End Avenue, pursuant to a special use, and the school is currently expanding at that location within the existing building. However, the construction will not be completed in time for the coming school year, hence our appearance here today to get approval to use the building that you see. The temporary school operation will be for approximately 300 students, approximately 30 staff, and it will operate Monday through Friday from 8:15 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. On the next slide, you will see the boundary perimeter of Plan Development 1220, which is why you understand why Chairperson Tunney had to read all those different addresses. This plan development is principally for the New Life Covenant Church, which owns the subject red brick building and which is also constructed a new edifice, which we'll show you later. If you go to the next, this slide shows the surrounding uses. Here's an overview of the site. You can see the white square, which is the building. Across the street is a large parking lot, which is also part of the plan development that's owned by the church. So there's ample parking for the school. Of course, the school is in session when the church is not, and the church is in session when the school is not. And so it's a perfect shared parking situation. We also will have a pickup and drop off along East 75th Place. You can see the black arrows there. We have slots for 7 cars along East 75th Place. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is a view from the west. Dobson Park is located immediately across the alley. Next slide, please. This is a view from the south. Adams Park is located immediately south of the site. Next slide, please. This is a view along Greenwood, and this is one of the entrances. You can see the building is in a very good condition. And next slide, please. This is another view along Greenwood as well, which shows the landscaping that's already in place. We will be adding one additional street tree in order to comply with the landscape ordinance. Next slide. And this is a view on Greenwood from across the street in the parking lot. And you can see there's a very large parking lot for our use. Next slide. And this is a view actually looking south, and that gray structure is the new building constructed, actually it's just being completed now for New Life Covenant Church, which is the owner of the property within this plan development. Next slide, please. And then this is just a view from across the street that just shows the general location of the building. Next slide. This just provides information about the community. We are aware of no opposition to the project. The only calls and information we received from the surrounding property owners is fully in support of the use. We would be happy to answer any questions that you have, but basically this is an application to add one word to the use statement of the plan development, and that word is school, to be allowed as a permitted use. We're happy to answer any questions. We appreciate your incorporating a record of the Plan Commission, and we're ready to answer questions.
Thank you, Graham. And we do have obviously the letter of support from Alderwoman Harris. Questions, comments? Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So
moved by Alderman Austin.
Alderman Austin makes that motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed as revised.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chairman
Chairman.
Dunny, and all members. We appreciate your
Chairman.
support and your service to
Yes.
Chicago.
Would you
Alderman
explain,
Austin, I'm sorry,
Is it
Alderman
church?
Austin.
Is this church owned by Forrest Smith?
You know, I don't recall the name of the pastor, Alderman, Alderperson Austin. I can provide that to you later.
Okay.
It's just not on the tip of my tongue. I apologize. I don't have that fact in front of me.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right, now we're moving to the bottom of page 15. And we're item number 20649 in the 25th and 28th wards. Ordinance was referred on March 24th of 2021. Common address, 1002 South Racine, 1257 West Roosevelt, 1357 West Roosevelt, and 1322 West Taylor. Change request, residential business plan development number 896 to residential business plan development 896 as amended. Katie Janky-Dale. Katie?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Janky-Dale from the law firm of TLA Piper. And along with my colleague, Rich Clowder, we represent the applicant LR Abla LLC. As a preliminary item, I'd like to incorporate, this matter was heard by the Plan Commission on July 15th, 2021, and I'd ask that the committee incorporate the record from that hearing into the record today.
So Alderwoman Haddon moves to incorporate the records of the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue on.
Thank you. I sent over slides that to staff that if they could pull them up, or I have them ready. If you'd rather I pull them up, or we can just, if needed, given this was a Plan Commission item, but I'll get started.
Put them up yourself, Katie. I don't think we have them.
Okay, if tech support can give me the
Can you make that?
authority to do that, that'd be great.
No.
Great.
Tech support.
Yep, it looks like they just did it.
Okay.
Great. This matter involves 4 buildings that are in phase 3 of the Roosevelt Square development. Those are all shown on the screen right here. The first one is 1257 West Randolph, which will be 70 apartments and 40 parking spaces, shown here. The next one is 1357 West Randolph, again, 70 apartments and 40 parking spaces. The third one is 1002 South Racine, which will be 67 apartments and 33 parking spaces. And finally, 925 South Ada will be the National Public Housing Museum in the front, shown here, in 15 apartments. The overall affordable mix for this phase is 40% CHA, 25% affordable, and 35% market rate. We worked very closely with Alderman Irvin, who I heard on this morning in the morning session, as well as Alderman Cicho Lopez, to have a robust community process. With that, we would respectfully request this committee's favorable approval or recommendation of this matter. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. I know we heard from Alderman Irvin in his support. Alderman Cicho Lopez is on the call and shares that support, I hope. Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. Certainly, we ask the committee for a favorable support of this item in the area. We do need to make sure that we fulfill the commitment to bring more affordable housing, public housing to an area that has been made a promise. So look forward to keep working with Alderman Irving and related to make sure that this project continues to help the residents. I know that we have some work to do, but I do think is healthy to see the percentage of affordable housing and public housing, and the remaining items on the commercial spaces and local hiring, among others, are something that we will want to be working together. So thank you again, Chairman, and would like my colleagues for a favorable support on this item.
Thank you, Alderman. Questions, comments? Can I get a motion to move due pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Alderman Cardona makes that motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed as revised.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're 16. Okay, top of page 16. Document number 20590, 27th Ward. Ordinance was referred on January 27th of 21. Common address is 911 through 925 West Fulton Market, 200 through 212 North Peoria Street, 900 through 924 West Lake Street, and 201 through 233 North Sangamon Street. The change request, C11 Neighborhood Commercial District and C12 Neighborhood Commercial District to a DX5 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to Business Plan Development. We have Chris Leach here on this item in the 27th Ward. Chris? Chris Leach. No luck on him?
I'm not seeing them.
All right. Chris Leach, are you there? All right.
Alderman, this is Jack George. Can you hear me?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay.
Hear me?
All right. All right, Chris, are you going to present on this item, please? 911 through 925 West Fulton.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Speak up a little bit, though.
Hello, I'm sorry. I was having technical difficulty. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee of Zoning and Landmarks and Building Standards. My name is Chris Leach. I'm an attorney with Ackerman LLP with offices located at 71 South Wacker Drive. I am appearing this afternoon on behalf of the applicant 917 West Fulton West Fulton Partners LLC in connection with the proposed business plan development. The subject property is located in the 27th Ward and bears the addresses of 911 through 925 West Fulton Market and 200 through 212 North Peoria, 900-925 West Lake Street, and 201 to -233 North Sangamon Street. Before presenting the details of proposed development, I would like to inform the committee that this application received the unanimous recommendation of the Chicago Plan Commission at its meeting held on July 15th, 2021, and I respectfully request the report of proceedings before the Plan Commission, together with all the reports and documents previously transmitted to the Department of Planning and Development, be incorporated and made a part of this proceeding.
Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum, and any objections to that motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue, Chris.
This applicant is seeking the plan development to construct an 11-story office building, 153 feet, 4 inches in height, with a mechanical penthouse above, the ground floor commercial space, and the office space on the floors above. The development also incorporates and renovates an existing 6-story contributing landmark building of the Fulton Randolph Market Historic District located at 910 West Lake Street. Proposed office building is approximately 473,000 square feet in size, will feature outdoor terraces on the floors where the building steps back, and will have 111 underground parking spaces, along with 73 bicycle spaces and 5 internal loading docks with a maximum FAR of 8.1. The applicant is taking a 3.1 FAR Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus, resulting in a payment of over $4.5 million to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund. The applicant will also be complying with MBE, WBE, and city residency participation goals of 29% for MBE, 6% for WBE, 50% for city residency. The construction cost of the project is approximately $250 million and is estimated to create 250 to 300 construction jobs, and will create or retain 1,500 to 2,000 permanent jobs. The project will also meet the Chicago Sustainability Development Policy. The development team has conducted many meetings with the West Loop Community Organization, the Neighbors of the West Loop, the West Central Association, and a community meeting hosted by West Loop Community Organization and Alderman Burnett. The development team has also had many meetings with the Commission on Landmarks and the Department of Planning and Development, and has received the unanimous approval of the Commission on Landmarks Permit Review Committee at its meeting on July 1st, 2021. Project has received the support of the community and also Alderman Burnett, who I believe is also on the call today. We believe the proposed plan development meets all standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance. And on behalf of the applicant, I would like to thank Alderman Walter Burnett for all of his time and effort he has put in on this proposed development. We've been working at this for the last several years, and as well as the efforts of Larry Scher of Landmarks and Joshua Sun of DPD. Stand ready to answer any questions that you may have and ask for your favorable recommendation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris. Alderman Walter Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. So as the council said, he did meet with the 3 community organizations in the community. We did have a community meeting. It's our it's our second community meeting. The residents actually had him to change the design. So this was one of those instances where he had to redesign things for the Department of Planning and also redesign this building for the residents in the community. So I appreciate their patience. The interesting thing is this developer came to me, said, hey, Alderman, I got an end user that wants to move from the Merchandise Mart. I can get them in this building. It's a big deal. It'll bring a lot of jobs to the city, keep jobs in the city and jobs to this area. And I called the commissioner up, got him on the phone. He spoke with the gentleman, and here we are today. So I want to thank Commissioner Cox for his effort with this and the Department of Planning. I thank all the community. I support this proposal. They also are working with doing a joint venture with a African-American contractor and proposing to hire folks from the community. I appreciate everybody else's support with this also. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Questions for the Alderman and or the applicant? None. Can I get a motion to move to pass on this
Move
item
to
by the same
pass.
roll call that was used to determine quorum? That was Alderman Kappelman making that motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing no objection, the item is passed as revised. All
Thank you
right,
very much. And thank you for your patience, Chairman.
thank you. Staying in the 27th Ward, item number 20651. Ordinance was referred on March 24th of 2021. Common address is 1201 through 1215 West Fulton Street. Change request, M23 Light Industry District to DX7 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to Residential Business Plan Development. We have Katie Jenke Dale.
Thank you. Again, good afternoon. For the record, Katie Jenke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, along with my colleague Rich Clowder, I represent the applicant for this matter, 1201 W Fulton Partners LLC. This matter was also heard at the July 15th, 2021 Plan Commission hearing. I request that the committee incorporate the record from that hearing into the proceedings from today.
Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue.
Sorry.
Katie.
Thank you. You can move on to the next slide, please. This property is located at the southwest corner of Racine and Fulton. Next slide. The applicant is proposing a 34-story residential building with ground floor commercial. Will contain 433 units and 80 parking spaces below grade. Next slide. The building also has a generous plaza at grade that's enabled by the fact that the developer has opted to put all the parking below grade. The developer is also providing 20% affordable units on site per the pilot. And this project represents an over $4 million neighborhood opportunity bonus. We've worked with the 3 community groups as well as the alderman and had a community-wide meeting, after which we had a follow-up meeting with the neighbors directly across the street to address some follow-up concerns. We also worked very closely with the Department of Planning and Development and the design team on the design that you see before you today. With that, I believe Alderman Burnett is still on and can speak to his involvement in this project, but we would again thank everyone for their time and consideration on this project and respectfully request a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is the same developer, young guy. He's doing a lot. We admire the things that he's doing. He worked with the 3 community organizations, the West Loop Gate, West Central, and homeowners of the West Loop, and neighbors of the West Loop, that is. And we had a community meeting. He worked closely with planning. Everyone was encouraging and excited about the open space that he's putting on the site. We really appreciate him doing 20% affordable in the building. As I said, just like with the former one, he's working with minority contractors and also working on hiring folks from the community. I support this. My community supports it. We ask that.
Thank you, Alderman. Questions for the Alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion?
Move to pass.
All right, Alderman Carrie Austin makes the motion, move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised.
Thank you again.
Page 17, top of page 17, we're again in the 27th Ward. Item number 20672, the ordinance was referred on April 21st of 21. This common address, 1132 through 57 West Lake Street. 146 through 208 North May Street on the even side. Only 1132 through 1140 West Randolph Street on the even side, and 169 through 209 North Racine on the odd side. And the change request from a C11, C12, and C13 neighborhood commercial districts, all to a DX5 downtown mixed-use district, and then to a residential business plan development. Mike Esger, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Michael Esger from the law firm of Acosta Esger on behalf of the applicant LG Development Group. And as a preliminary matter, this did go to Plan Commission and was approved there. And that Plan Commission hearing was in June. And I would request that the record of the Plan Commission be incorporated in today's record.
Alderman Carrie Austin moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue on.
Thank you. And another housekeeping matter is that we have a substitute ordinance in this case that was filed and is changing the district from a DX5 to a DX7. So I would also respectfully request that that be approved. To be incorporated into this.
Okay, so I'll have Alderman Cardona moves on the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the substitute is accepted, and continue on now.
Okay, thank you. The site that borders from Randolph to Lake from May to Racine includes two sub areas. Both are residential mixed use in nature. You can see here from this aerial site plan, the majority of the units, there's a total of 665 residential units, 290 parking spaces in this transit-oriented project. On the south side of Lake Street, there are 486 residential units with approximately 40,000 square feet of retail. And on the north side of Lake, there's 179 residential units. And altogether, the project again has 290 parking spaces. The next slide will show one of the main features of the project, which is an interior pedestrian and vehicular access. The architects at Gensler have designed a really interesting pedestrian walkway from that connects Randolph to Lake Street. And in that walkway, there are opportunities for pop-up retail, landscaping, and other features. And this will be a public amenity. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see another image of that. And this was a main feature that really the community was very supportive of. We achieved the support of the West Loop Community Organization, the West Central Association, and others as we move forward with the process. The next slide will show the building looking east, and you can see there the way that the building was designed, and on both sides of the street, there's a lot of landscaping and pedestrian friendly features to the project in addition to the interior walkways. And next slide shows the project looking southwest. The building, again, you can see to the right is on the north side. That's one residential building with a lot of open space amenity for the project. And the south building on the next slide also shows the that same open space and the way that buildings have been set back from the streets. We worked closely with Josh San, who was very helpful at the Department of Planning to help craft a really great project. And this was a project that was a revision from something that went into last year that was approved at Plan Commission. So it was reworked and it looks even better, we think, and hopefully you do too. I think that's the end of the slides. Is there another slide that Nope, so that was it. And again, we did have a good community process led by Alderman Burnett, who is here, and we're ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Alderman Burnett, this is looks to be like a fairly large project. I'm sure you had quite a community process on this one.
Yeah, and first of all, I want to thank the community. These three community organizations, they kind of, weed these things out for me, and also the Department of Planning. Appreciate their involvement. As the councilor said, they had another development that was approved there before, and this development has come out to be much better. The muse, or the outside space that they have, was very pleasantly accepted by the community. I support this, community support it. We ask for the committee support. Each of these buildings, these three buildings that we've supported today, all of them give money to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund, money that can be used on the west and the south side, but they all have affordable housing in them also. So we appreciate both developers for their commitment to helping with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Alderman Osterman has his hand up. Harry? Did he put his hand down?
He gave a thumbs up.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. He's in the sign language, I think, going on. So, all right. Okay. So with that, can I get a motion to move to pass on the item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion. Any opposition, objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you.
As revised and substituted. Thanks, Mike. All
Thank
right. So now bottom of page 17. Item number 20701, 42nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 21. Common address is 148 through 158 East Ontario Street. Change request, DX12 Downtown Mixed Use District to a business plan development. Jack George.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John George. I'm an attorney with offices at 71 South Wacker. I'm with the firm of Ackerman LLP. I'm here today on behalf of my client, which is RIU, in connection with a plan development application we filed for a proposed hotel at 150 East Ontario Street. You can see here on the diagram that's up on the rendering there, where it says in red is site. It's just 150 East Ontario Street. It's just east of Michigan Avenue. The next slide, please. Before I go into the specifics of this, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I would ask, this matter was before the Chicago Plan Commission on July the 15th and received the unanimous recommendation. And at this time, I would ask that the report of proceedings, the exhibits, and the testimony that took place before the Chicago Plan Commission be incorporated into and made a part of the proceedings here before you today.
Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated.
The next slide, please. The subject site, the subject site is zone DX12, and we're proposing to build a 28-story hotel on the site that would be 345 feet tall. It would have 388 keys. The applicant is purchasing 6.4 as additional FAR for a total FAR of 18.4. We're paying for $2.9 million in the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund for the additional FAR that we're purchasing. The architect for this project is Lucian Lagrange Studios. The project meets the sustainability requirements and also the stormwater management requirements, also in conformity with the Chicago Plan Commission guidelines. The goal here is 26% MBE and 6% WBE. The next slide, please. Can you switch to the next? you can get an idea here. The rendering here shows the October 19th proposal, which has been changed significantly. We reduced the number of hotel rooms. We reduced the height of the building. We eliminated the ballroom. All these were at the request and suggestion of Alderman Riley and the community so that we would reduce the amount of traffic on Ontario Street. And all of that was incorporated into and made a part of the proposed development that's before you today. The next slide, please. You can skip these. These are just slides giving the interior of the building and how it would be looked at. Because this is run by an RIU company, there's a large breakfast area. Because RIU is a company from Spain, this will bring in a significant number of international travelers to this site, which will be a tremendous thing for our city. As Mike Rushke, who's the president of Prime, who is the developer, talked about at the Plan Commission, the amount of travelers that will be coming in on the international is really going to be significant. This project is already funded and ready to go. And so we think it'll be a great addition to our city. The estimated cost is $145 million. It will create 200 construction jobs, 150 permanent jobs. The property tax will be on this. Right now, it's a vacant piece of property with the old Beachy Restaurant site, which has been vacant now for a number of years. The new proposed real estate taxes that will be generated is $2.9 million a year. They're also saying that there'll be a $4.4 million in annual sales tax that is expected as a result of this international travel. We've had meetings with the alderman, a number of meetings with the alderman. We had meetings with SOAR, the Streeterville Organization of Active Residents. And then we had another community meeting that the alderman worked with us to have. And I know of, this time I would ask that the committee give a favorable recommendation to this matter. We think it'll be a tremendous asset to our city, and it will be something that will be go on for a number of years. The architecture on this project, done by Lucien Lagrange, is really well received. It was done in conformity with the architecture of a number of other buildings that hotels that RIU has done throughout the United States. Recently, they put a new project up in Florida and Miami. They've done a new one out in Fisherman's Wharf, and now they've chosen Chicago for this one. And so everyone at RIU and Mike Rushke, all of us are very thankful that they've chosen Chicago for this project. And so again, I would ask for favorable recommendation. I stand ready, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, to answer any of the questions that any of you might have concerning this project.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. George. Questions? Well, first of all, Alderman Riley, are you on the call on this one?
Alderman Riley did introduce a letter into the Plan Commission and with no
Yes.
objection to this
Yeah,
project.
I'm aware of that, and I know he did support it at Plan Commission, and obviously we have it on record. So, any questions from committee members? If not, can I get a motion to move to pass with the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion. Any objections? Hearing none, I'm sorry, this item is passed as revised. Thank you, Mr. George.
Thank you, Alderman Tunney.
Top of page 18. Document number 20727, 42nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 21. Common address 600 East Grand Avenue, also called Navy Pier. Change request, institutional plan development number 527 to institutional plan development number 527 as amended. Mr. George, you're on this one also.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John George. I'm a member of the Ackerman Law Firm at 71 South Wacker here in Chicago. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of my client, Illuminarium LLC, who has filed the application to permit entertainment uses in the space occupied by Crystal Garden at Navy Pier. Before I go into the details of this, again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, this matter was before the Chicago Plan Commission on July the 15th of this year. And I would ask that the report of proceedings, the transcript of proceedings, exhibits, be incorporated into and become a part of the proceedings before you here today.
Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. You can continue.
The proposed site is on Navy Pier, east of the John Baptiste Point to Sabo Lakeshore Drive. The Illuminarium will occupy the Crystal Garden space, which is east of the Family Pavilion and the Chicago Children's Museum. This is an amendment to PD 527, which is the PD for Navy Pier. It's being done because the use of Crystal Garden is being changed to allow an entertainment venue in this space. No changes are being made to the uses allowed for Navy Pier. There's no changes being made to the exterior of Navy Pier, and no changes made to any other portions of the PD that governs Navy Pier. This amendment eliminates certain restrictions at Crystal Garden to allow commercial entertainment uses for the Illuminarium space. Alan Greenberg, who was president of the Chicago Plan Commission, spoke at great length before the Plan Commission and explained why Chicago was chosen for this new Illuminarium project. They just finished opening up one down in Atlanta, which was extremely well received, and they are very excited about this particular project that is coming to Navy Pier. The Illuminarium Chicago spectacle combines and amplifies techniques used in traditional motion picture production and virtual reality that allows visitors to experience real-world film content, such as going on a safari or planting your feet on Mars, things like that. It creates whole new world in experiences for those who attend. The initial investment is $30 million, and Illuminarium Chicago LLC will be investing $15 to $20 million each year to provide new spectacles to be shown in this space. Illuminarium will create 400 construction jobs, 60 permanent jobs, and in accordance with the Plan Development Ordinance, will have its goal of 26 MBE and 6% WBE and 50% city resident hiring in the project. I have sent out notices, and we had meetings with Alderman Riley about this. I sent out notices to all the people at the Lake Point Tower, who are the closest people assigned to this, around this. We had no objection from anyone concerning this project. And I would ask Mr. Chairman and members of the committee that you give a favorable vote to this project. I stand ready to answer any questions that any of you might have concerning the project.
All right. Obviously, this project is innovative and got a lot of attention after post Plan Commission. Questions, comments? So Jack, I'm doing the math here. The initial investment's 30 million.
That's correct, Chairman.
And then up to 15 million on an annual basis?
Yeah, they do. They put in 15 to 20 million each year because they changed the spectacle. The first year could be.
It's a spectacle, all right. But my question is, my staff saying, well, how can I afford it?
Well, I think that it's being run through so that people can afford it. And then they have, in addition to that, they have a program for making sure that the students from public schools and the rest of it can see this at either free or reduced prices. And so the cost of admission to this will be comparable with most any other entertainment venue in the city. But they do have special programs for the children of the city of Chicago and different neighborhood groups that will want to come and see these different types of spectacles that'll be at this site.
Well, I'm glad we brought that up because it looks like it could be cost prohibitive for a lot of Chicago residents. So, never mind the parking costs at Navy Pier, but that's another issue. They'll bring the school buses, I hope. So.
Well, we think it'll be really attractive to school kids, and I think that they'll all be able to afford it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Other questions or comments? Hearing none, Alderman Maria Hadden moved to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed as revised. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
All right. Now we're going to stay with Mr. George, I think, but we're moving to the 46th Ward. Document number 20391, ordinance was referred on April 22nd of 2020. Common address 3630 through 3636 North Lakeshore Drive and 601 through 627 West Waveland Avenue. Change request, residential plan development number 1023 to residential plan development number 1023 as amended. Mr. George.
Again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is John George. I'm an attorney with the Ackerman Law Firm LLC, which is at 71 South Wacker here in Chicago. I'm appearing this afternoon on behalf of CCA Lakeview in connection with proposed lakefront protection application and plan development application for this property at 3636 North Lakeshore Drive. Again, before I get into the details, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that this was before the Chicago Plan Commission on July the 15th, and I would ask that the report of proceedings, the testimony and exhibits that were heard before the Plan Commission be incorporated into and be made a part of the proceedings here before you today.
So move, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Lopez moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue, Mr. George.
In addition to that request, Mr. Chairman, this matter had a substitute ordinance changing the underlying zoning district to B2-5 zoning district for the proposed amendment, and I would ask that that substitute ordinance be accepted by your body.
So moved again, Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Lopez moves to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Nope. The substitutes before us, as are the records of the Plan Commission.
As you can see on the screen, it shows a photograph here of the subject site. The subject site is at 3636 North Lakeshore Drive and 601 to 627 West Waveland. The property is currently zoned PD 1023 and is within the public use of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. So there are two matters before you today. There's the application for the plan development and also for the application for approval under the Lakefront Protection Ordinance. The applicant proposes to change the zoning designation from PD 1023 to P2-5 Neighborhood Residential Use District, and then back to residential PD 1023 as amended. This rendering that's up before you now shows the number of it's a residential development. And the residential development is comprised of two different buildings. There's one 19-story building that has a height of 228.4 inches. These are the two buildings right here in the foreground. There's the one building on the right, which is the taller building, which is the 19-story building, which is 228 feet tall. And then there's a 6-story building, which is the one to the left of that, which is 75.6 inches in height. They're connected at the base. There are 333 residential units. There's 145 parking spaces. And then there's a 5,000 square foot restaurant with an outdoor patio at grade, and the FAR is 4.40. Next slide, please. This is just a rendering showing, looking south on Inner Lakeshore Drive on the sidewalk, and you can see in the foreground there the 6-story building, and then to the south of that is the 3600 building, which is made up of two towers, which are about 350 feet tall, I think, each one of those towers. The next slide, please. This again shows pretty much the same view, but it also then shows the existing site, and it shows you see those two little obelisks with a driveway, and then the rest of it is a green area. And this is a piece of property that's in front of the New York condominium project, which is set back, which we'll see in a minute. The next slide, please. The next slide. Oh, there. This just slides some different views. Again, it shows in the foreground up in the left corner the green area, which is where this building is proposed to go. There's also a view along Inner Lakeshore Drive and also along Waveland. The next slide, please. This slide shows some of the meetings that we had. This has been a project that's been going on for a minimum of 2.5 years. There have been countless meetings with neighborhood organizations, with the various buildings. We've had numerous buildings with the building to the south, the 3600 building, which we then received a letter of support from. The building to the west, which is New York Private Condominiums, which we had a number of meetings with them, made a number of concessions to them with respect to this project. That was reduced to writing, and we received a letter of support from them. We had meetings with the 37 to the north with the 3700 project buildings. We also had meetings with the with the Central Lakeview Neighbors Association. We had meetings with them. And then we had meetings with the 46th Ward organization, Alderman Kappelman's organization, made up of all the community organizations in the 46th Ward. I'm just trying to see. Next slide, please. This shows again a little bit better picture of the looking down at it. You see that up on the portion, the top portion shows the 19-story building. The bottom shows the 6-story building with the green roof. In the and then it shows the 3rd floor green roof. And then it also shows all the patio area, and it also shows the space in between the two buildings, which is highly landscaped. The next slide, please. This again is just an idea of gives you the landscaping for the project. This was reviewed extensively by the Chicago Department of Transportation of the City of Chicago, and they've given their approval to it. You can see off of Waveland, there's that circular area, which is a drop-off area for the New York apartments and also for the new building that we're putting up. Next slide, please. This just shows this is a view looking west from Interlake Shore Drive, and it shows a 6-story building and shows the landscaping that will be going in alongside of all along Interlake Shore Drive from the building right next to Waveland going south to the smaller building. The next slide, please. This just shows a little bit of the buildings along Waveland. They've created like a townhouse development portion along Waveland Avenue so that it fits in and contextually with what's on the north side of Waveland, which is a townhouse development. And then it shows to the south, the proposed new building, the 19-story building. The next slide, please. This again is just the next slide, please. Wait, go to the next slide. Okay, please, the next one after. Okay, this just shows the parking spaces, the number of parking spaces. It's an underground garage area that we've created a new ramp so that we've eliminated the driveway that was along on Interlake Shore Drive, which was in the middle. We've now created the entrance to this through a ramp, which is on the south side of the development. The next slide, please. These are just shows, again, the residential areas and the different colors that it's in. And it shows that the restaurant will be over on the northeast corner of the project, right, of the 19-story building. The next slide, please. The next slide after that, please. Here again, this just shows the roof area. We're going to have a green roof on both of them. The building that had previously been approved here was a building that was 340 feet tall. Our building is 224 feet tall. The next slide, please. This is the sustainability matrix, and it shows, as all plan developments require, we're achieving 100 points under the sustainability matrix. The next one, please. And this just shows a number of the things that have been done and to accommodate issues that were raised by the community and by the buildings close to us. This project will create 200 construction jobs, 45 new permanent jobs, $110 million in construction costs, and the real estate taxes will be 1.2 to 1.4 annually in real estate taxes. We went through and since this is also a lakefront protection application, there are 14 policies that you have to look at and be guided by, and it was determined that we do meet those policies with respect to the lakefront protection ordinance. The next slide, please. Is there nothing? Again, it indicates that we meet stormwater management of the city of Chicago, all those requirements. The next slide, please.
No.
This just shows that we have, there'll be 11 ARO units on the site, and we are complying with the ARO requirements. The next slide, please. These are the ones that I just talked about, so I think that pretty much covers it, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. We stand ready to answer any questions that any of you might have concerning the project. I know that Alderman Kappelman, I'd like to thank him for all the time and effort that he put in on this matter over the length of period of time that this project has been heard by the different community groups. But we stand ready to answer any questions that you might have, Mr. Chairman, or any members of your committee.
Thank you, Mr. George. Alderman Kappelman.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. Jack George is right. There's been countless community meetings. It's unusually high, but it was unusually high because of the adjoining properties of 3636 North Lakeshore Drive and 3600. But that feedback paid off, and the input from East Lakeview neighbors was also great. Which made it fairly easy when it finally came to the 46 Ward Zoning Development Committee to pass it. So with that, I ask my colleagues to support this project. Thank you.
All right. Questions and comments? Just a comment. I'm very familiar with this project and also the history of this project. Mr. George, or Alderman Kappelman, when was the first tower actually completed?
I believe I was rather new. I remember it being built, I think, around 1988.
Right, right. And at that point, there were supposed to be 2 twin towers.
Yes.
That was to be developed. And it stood, obviously that building was designed to accommodate that second tower, the way it was set back and designed. But obviously that's not what transpired here. And it's a smaller project. But this piece of property had been negotiated probably over 30 or 40 years. We're done with it. If we pass this, we're done with this parcel. So I know a lot of years of development ideas on this really happened. So I applaud you for working with a lot of competing interests on this one. So any other questions or comments? Okay. Got a motion to move to pass on this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
Move to pass.
Move by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman, I think Maria hadn't moved it. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised and substituted. All right. And
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
All right. We have one more item in the 46th ward that, if you recall, we had a number of our public speakers that were not in support of it. And then after that, we're going to go back to Vice Chair Raboyes because we're going to reconsider an item that he deferred. So I see Alderwoman Haddon's hands up.
Just getting in queue for questions on the next item, Chair.
Oh, okay. All right. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move to the Raboyes item first. I think it's pretty non-controversial, and then we'll hold the best for the last. All right.
That would be Maria Haddon.
All right. So we're going to go, let me go back to my paperwork. All right. So Vice Chair Raboyes, it's my understanding that a matter was deferred in your ward that you are ready to proceed on. Do you have a motion you would like to make?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the motion to defer item number 20683-T1 for the address known as 4730 West Grace.
All right. Any objections to that motion? All right, hearing none, we're going to the item is being reconsidered, and I'll now read it again into the record. And that would be on page 12, the bottom, number 20683T1, 30th Ward. Ordinance was referred on April 21st of 21. The common address is 4730 West Grace Street, and the change request, RS3, residential single unit detached house district, to an RT 3.5, residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district. Dan Lauer, are you on the call? And
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I am. Thank you for recalling it. And this file has not been on the front page of Craig Chicago Business like the last several, but it's still very important. So thank you once again for recalling it. It's 20683T1, 4730 West Grace. I represent G7 Investments. It's a really big lot, 37.5 by 123, but it's only got a legal 2-flat there, and the current RS3 is not enough to allow the third unit. I've been in the third unit. It's got a 9-foot ceiling, maybe 9.5. And with Alderman Vice Chairman Roboyris's assistance, we're able to legalize, all this application is to legalize the third dwelling unit at the property. And we certainly thank the Vice Chairman and the staff.
Alderman Roboyes, on this item.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as Attorney Lauer just stated, we did move on this matter because it's an existing basement, and we're just correcting the zoning matter on the building. That's all it is. Thank you. I ask for your favorable decision on this matter before you.
Great. Any questions from committee members on this item? Hearing none, Alderman Cardona moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right, now we're going back to the 46th Ward. I'll read this into the record. And this is document number 20698, 46th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021.
Yeah,
Common address, 4600 North Marine Drive. Change request. Residential institutional plan development number 37 to residential institutional plan development number 37 as amended. Paul Shadle is the attorney on this. And as I said earlier, this was, we had some three or so comments in opposing this one in the public comment period.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Paul Shadle with the law firm of DLA Piper, along with my colleague Katie Janke Dale, representing Lincoln Property Company National LLC, the applicant in this matter. Also with us today are Joe Seggiobiano from the applicant and Bob Weber, our architect. This matter was heard by the Plan Commission on July 15th, and I would ask that the record of that proceeding be incorporated into this proceeding.
So Vice Chair Roboyes moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections?
So moved.
Hearing none, the records are incorporated and we can continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you see on your screen now, the site is located at the northwest corner of Wilson and Marine Drive. The image before you shows the proposed building, which would sit on what is now a surface parking lot. The request is to amend the PD to permit the improvement with this building, which would contain 314 dwelling units. Of those dwelling units, 8 on site would be affordable to residents eligible at incomes at or below 60% of AMI. Also, as part of the Affordable Requirements Ordinance compliance, the applicant would donate just a little bit more than $3 million to a fund that would support the development by Sarah's Circle of a project also in the 46th Ward that would serve residents eligible at or below 30% of area median income. The in lieu fee for that is intended to support approximately 23 additional units. Next slide, please. The building that you see is the result of a long process led by Alderman Kappelman and the Department of Planning and Development. Lincoln began that process in January of 2020, had extensive meetings with, again, the Department of Planning and Development, and also through Alderman Kappelman with both the Zoning and Development Committee of the 46th Ward, Uptown United, and other groups in the 46th Ward. The building was fairly substantially revised based on those meetings. The elevation that you see before you is the east elevation, that elevation in particular. And then if you could go to the next slide, the south elevation, which fronts on Wilson, also was changed in order to enhance materials, add more glazing, and make other changes to have the building integrate more directly with the street. This project is expected to generate fairly substantial public benefits. It's about an $80 million capital investment, approximately 1,000 construction jobs, substantial additional property tax revenue. In keeping with the mayor's executive order, the developer will seek to include 26% MBE and 6% WBE on the project and 50% city resident hiring. We'd like to thank Alderman Kappelman, the Departments of Planning and Development, CDOT, and the Department of Housing for this innovative ARO compliance structure. And as I noted, we have others, and also Michael Berkshire and others of the Department of Planning and Development staff for working with us in this process. As I noted at the beginning, we have others from our team available to answer questions and would respectfully request this committee's positive recommendation to the full council.
Right. Okay. I think Alderman Kappelman, would you like to hear questions first, or do you want to speak now? You can always close.
I can speak now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. I've heard many times over at this meeting and at other meetings about people's concerns about displacement. And to be honest, the concerns about displacement, they're occurring across this country. And it's happening here in Uptown, which is one of the most diverse communities in the city. And for that reason, residents are rightly focused on protecting it. I started here as a social worker in Uptown 33 years ago, where I first helped settle refugees into the area. And I later worked as a case manager where I had a caseload of people living with HIV, many of whom were also diagnosed with a mental illness, and they were living in the streets. Uptown has a long history of having some of the highest rates of subsidized housing in the city. In addition, around 50% of our housing is naturally occurring affordable housing. And that is defined as market rate housing for people who earn around 60% of the AMI or less. We also have 7 homeless shelters within 5 blocks of this site. These shelter residents are individuals who are in desperate straits for affordable housing, set for people earning 15% of the AMI. I say 15% because many of them are on SSI, Supplemental Security Income, and their income is $792 a month. These are individuals who would never qualify for on-site affordable housing because it's set at 60%. In recent years, Uptown has become a victim of its own success. 3.5 years ago, a $203 million makeover of the Wilson CTA station was completed. In the last 5 years, violent crime in the area has dropped to an all-time low. It's the lowest we've ever seen since we've started recording violent crime in the city. And those two factors have made the Uptown community a much more attractive place for people to live. Commissioner Navarra told me earlier this week, actually last week, that she spoke with someone who was quite concerned about gentrification in Uptown. And she told this person, not building more affordable housing, not building more housing will not stop people from moving into the area. My concern is that if we don't build more, developers will go after our naturally occurring affordable housing and upgrade that. And that is the issue. It's by building more housing that we're able to help protect our naturally occurring affordable housing. With regards to the ARO for this project, I worked with the Department of Housing to do something a bit unusual. 1/4 of the 10% affordable housing is on site for people earning 60%, the AMI, and the remaining requirement will go to Sarah Circle to build 100% affordable housing apartment building that will be constructed about 2 blocks away. So this $3 million plus in lieu fee will complete the financing needed to fully fund their project. Looking at all the different options, the Department of Housing provided a letter of support for fulfilling the ARO in this manner. In their letter of support, it was stated, quote, contributing the ARO obligations directly to an approved affordable development like Sarah Circle enables the affordable development to be built quicker, provide surety of their financing, and may reduce routine compliance related costs for the affordable owner. Now, many of us in City Council, we don't like the offsite affordable housing option because we can't guarantee the in lieu fee will build housing in our wards. However, this in lieu option provides housing within my ward, but rather than have it focus on people earning 60% of the AMI, it will go to women who earn 15% or less of the AMI. These are individuals who would never qualify for on-site housing because they earn too little. They are the ones who are most at risk for living on the streets. There have been some fears expressed that allowing Weiss Memorial Hospital to sell an asphalt parking lot that's no longer needed will spur the sale of the entire hospital. I get it. I really get it about the lack of trust for Pipeline, which owns Weiss Hospital. However, Pipeline has invested so far around $40 million into upgrading this hospital, and they have pledged to use the entire proceeds of the sale of the parking lot into the hospital's programming, which includes a gender confirmation program for the trans community. And as a former social worker in the hospital who worked in the hospitals, 20 years in the hospitals, that's very, very difficult to come by. They also provide health care to many of our area families and seniors who rely on Medicaid. So you don't invest this amount of money into a hospital if you have plans to turn around and sell it. Nevertheless, if Pipeline made the decision to sell this hospital, it sits on a planned development site that requires medical use. So unlike Westlake that Pipeline sold, having Weiss on a planned development site provides the needed safeguards to keep it as a facility that provides medical care for our local community. So, with that, I ask my colleagues to support this project and vote in favor of this proposal, and also like to hear any questions.
Oh, all right, we've got a couple hands up. We'll start with Alderwoman Haddon.
Great, thank you, Chair. And thanks, Alderman Kappelman, for kind of the intro there. Couple questions for, I guess, Lincoln Property Company representatives and the attorney. Could you share again, and I'm sorry if I missed this, could you share again some information about your target audience for your tenants? What's the unit mix gonna look like? Who's this building for?
Yes, I would ask Joe Segoviano from Lincoln to address that, and please identify yourself for the record, Joe.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Segoviano with Lincoln Property Company. To answer your question, committee member, right now we are looking at about 86 studios, 164 one-unit, and then 56 two-bedroom units. In addition to that, we would have the affordables as 2 studios, 4 one-bedrooms, and 2 two-bedroom units. So the mix is about 27% studios, 52% two bedrooms, and 17%, almost 18% two bedrooms, 52% one bedroom.
And could you tell me the average square foot, I guess, of your one bedroom?
Sure, of course. The average square foot on a one-bedroom is about 700 square feet. And then the average square foot on a two-bedroom is about 1,100 square feet.
And your studios?
Studios are 472 square feet. These are not micro units. These are all market rate sizes. They are not micro units. So that was a conscious decision that we made going into the early design phase of the project.
Gotcha. Still a lot of studios in one bedroom, so not really necessarily geared towards families or kind of multi-generational households, I guess there. And then I guess maybe this question, there's in the community comments and some of the written comments we received for Lincoln Properties, there were some talk of lawsuits, some class action suits, some discrimination suits. I'm wondering if you guys could address those concerns about you as a company.
Sure. Actually, I have a prepared statement on that I'd like to read. Lincoln Property Company is a national company that prides itself on diversity among the employees as well as within our communities. We have approximately 5,000 employees and approximately 700 communities around the country. We self-manage our communities, and we own our communities long-term, and therefore we're committed to being a part of the neighborhood and contribute to the current diversity as well as the long-term viability and success of the neighborhood. We typically implement programs to interact with our neighborhood, like hosting local businesses or supporting local endeavors, such as Sarah Circle or public art or things of that sort. I am not aware of any current lawsuits. I know that I am in charge of the Midwest development here, and we have approximately 39 communities in Chicagoland, 23 in the city of Chicago, and we do not have any lawsuits with regard to discrimination in any of those communities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering that question. I appreciate that. I guess another question, I mean, Alderman Kappelman, I know you kind of addressed and tried to reassure us around pipeline. I do want to say, as the alderman of the 49th and a resident of Rogers Park, this is kind of the closest hospital that we have that's in Chicago. So my residents use the hospital. I hear your comments about, hey, why would they invest money if they plan to close it? Their track record with Westlake gives me a lot of pause, especially in the way that they closed it. I believe was through bankruptcy. So I could see someone investing money in a venture that they really know isn't going to pay off. And so looking at this loss of property as part of the hospital campus, even if you're saying it's underutilized, if pipeline's like selling off this and using it to invest, but I look at that aerial photo, and we should be investing in our medical systems. We should be investing and growing them. And it's very concerning to me about, and I don't think anyone from Pipeline's here, because I know they're not on the table here for this development, but looking at the space we're losing, how will this hospital grow to accommodate people? How are we increasing our medical infrastructure? And I just see a loss of land here in what I already know is a very compact and dense space. And it literally is leaving like no room for growth, especially when we talk about the planned development for medical use. So I have some big concerns there as to the proposed future and how shaky it is in working with this particular operator.
I can answer that question if you'd like.
Sure.
If you look at the drawing, there's medical offices just north of the hospital proper itself. In the 10 years I've been alderperson in the 46th ward, those medical offices have been between 50 and 80% vacant. And they are still, I think it's over 50% vacancy rate in the medical offices. And so Weiss has hopes, and they're working on plans to filling up those office spaces, but it's still a long ways to go before that can happen. So that's where the expansion can happen, and it's needed.
And I would just note, Alderman Haddon, that the planned development also allows substantial additional floor area for hospital use, should that be possible in the future. They'd have to come in and get approvals from you for the actual physical improvements, but there is floor area available for hospital use.
So then, last question from me. I'm wondering, and I don't know if we've got anybody here from the city to speak, or Alderman Kappelman, maybe this is for you. But residents were really raising concerns about the location of the backup generators for the entire north side. Some of our generators that are located kind of at this space, and some concerns about how these will be impacted with the construction. Just wondering if somebody could expound on that.
I know that right directly west of it is Lakeview Towers. It's our largest not-for-profit affordable housing in the 46th ward, and having that location there, we've never experienced any issues before. In all the discussions that we've had with the city and Department of Planning and Development, Department of Housing, that concern never came up.
Gotcha. All right. I think those are my questions for now. I still have a lot of concerns about this project.
All right. Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. We'd like to add to some of the concerns that Alderwoman had in this particular project. I hope everybody in the committee was able to get the letters. Of course, it's important to hear directly from the constituents. Some of the concerns that I have to do with the community's perspective on this. And I want to quote one of the senators. There's at least two senators who have sent letters of opposition. Senator Sarah Fingerholtz states the following, and I do think that this is important. And I'd like to maybe see if Alderman Kappelman can respond to this. Since November 2019, I have heard from various community stakeholders and residents who reside close to the proposed development, most of whom have demonstrated their opposition to the current proposal. Although I believe that the alderman has good intentions, I struggle with the prospect of only 300 studio units with only 2% on-site affordability. Then, of course, he mentions the rental ranges from 1,300 to 1,600, making them unaffordable to many community members who have called this area home for decades. My question to Alderman Kappelman is, and again, we have seen in front of our community and our committee many projects that come in front of us. I really commend Alderwoman King for taking her time. I know she's got a lot of pressure to press forward with her proposal in Bronzeville, and a big proposal. My concern and my question is, why is the rush? It seems like, again, from a senator's perspective, there seems to be a lot of sentiment, and I think there seems like there's a majority of the community who have serious concerns. What is the rush? And can we, I will say that it'll be important for these issues and local officials to work together to address the current concerns so that we can provide the benefits that the community needs. So that's my question, and I'm sorry I was a little long. I want to make sure that I'm factual and I state some of the reasons why some local officials are opposing this.
Thank you. I'd like to address that. State Senator Feigenholz was incorrect about the makeup of the amount of housing. It's not 300 units of studios. And the developer already talked about that mix of 2 bedrooms, actually the majority 1 bedroom, and some studios that currently exist there. And that in her letter, she also talked about a state law that would encourage the ARO to happen on site, which is a laudable thing to happen. My concern has always been, though, that the residents who are most at risk for living on the streets earn 15% of the area median income. So even with the state law that's been recently passed, it would not help them. I need help for women who are living on the streets. And this particular ARO, the way it's laid out at the support of the Department of Housing, allows us to build 28 units of affordable housing for women who would otherwise be living on the street.
Yeah,
And as far as the support of the community, I have a 35-member zoning and development committee. It is made up of organizations spread throughout the ward, and areas of greater density have more representation. Because 25% of the area residents have low income, 25% of the members of the zoning committee represent that group. There was a vote and it was very, very close. It was 16 in favor, 15 opposed. But just like every alderman does across the city, I'm no different. The vote of this committee is advisory only. If I strictly go with what the committee wants, then I would support the vote of the 46 Ward Zoning Development Committee, which voted in favor and supported this project.
Yeah, and Alderman Kappelman, again, I think my concern, again, it goes that it seems like you said, even in your own committee, you have a very split decision. You have at least 2 senators who are expressing serious concerns about the implications. Alderwoman Haddon mentioned around the questioning around pipeline health that is still, the track record doesn't really reassure some of the commitments that even have maybe done in other parts of the county and the city. So my question again is, will this be something that you can reconvene? I think that it seems like having more time perhaps can help the community and your own committee to address some of the concerns as we have seen. And again, I will want to point out to Alderwoman King's proposal. Having a little bit extra time certainly has shaped. I mean, I think we're all commending her efforts, and I think we have more community benefits. I just still don't know what is the rush. Will this something that you can perhaps take a little bit more time? I do think luxury condos can wait, but making mistakes when it comes to public health, when it comes to residents who are in dire need, I do think that will be a detriment to the whole community and the whole city. So will this be something that you can consider and give the community a little bit more time so that you can discuss this properly? I think that you have some serious concerns, including from local officials.
So with all due respect, this is not a condominium. These are apartments. And I know that State Senator Feigenholz meant well, but she had the facts wrong about the 300 units of studio apartments. And she also is focusing on families and individuals earning 60%. She did not address the need that I see in this community, and that is the need for housing for people earning 15% or less of the area median income. In my discussions with State Senator Mike Simmons, he addressed the concerns that this would cause gentrification. And I pointed him to a number of different studies that show that not building more housing will not stop gentrification. The way to address gentrification is to build more housing, because that stabilizes rents. And that's what we need, is a stabilization of rents. And if we do not build more of this type of housing, then developers will go after our naturally occurring affordable housing, as they already have. That's why I lost the Chateau. That's how I lost the Norman. That's how I lost the Darlington. That's how I lost the Lawrence House. That's how I lost the Hazelton. I want to put a stop to that. I want housing, more housing, so that developers don't go after our naturally occurring affordable housing. That's what's keeping our residents, many who've been living here for generations, that's what's keeping them here.
And
All right, let
one
me,
more
interrupt for a second. There's a couple things I want to say. Number one is that the Rules Committee will meet directly after the zoning meeting. And then the next thing before I ask Cicho to continue is there are many different committees in City Council. Some are finance, some are development, some are housing. This is the zoning committee. And, you know, there's all sorts of battles about affordability and some other issues. I would like to stay as close to the zoning on this parcel and try to keep it focused on the ability for them to change the zoning. As Alderman Kappelman says, the trust factor with the hospital, maybe this development will keep them running for the north side for many, many years. But this is all part of a planned development that we're releasing this one parcel. But I think it's ordered to sustain, I believe, and I trust, and I know this came up in Plan Commission quite a bit, that they will be valued health partners for many years. Whether or not you can trust that, that's a whole different issue. But I would like to make sure that that we try to make sure that we respect the development and the zoning process, and then issues about affordability and some other things. You know, yes, they're part of zoning, but I think that they're well discussed in some other aspects of our city council. So with that,
Chairman,
Byron, or hold on a second. I'm going to do Byron. You want to finish your thoughts or questions?
Thank you, Chairman, and I'll keep it brief. I appreciate that. I think let's focus on the zoning aspect of it, and that's what I'm urging Alderman Kappelman. Just knowing, and the facts are there. I think the fact of the matter remains is a very contested issue in the community. I do think that we ought, especially with these very trying times, to make zoning decisions that do not negatively impact the well-being of the entire community. That's what I wanted to ask if he will consider having more time so that he can address some of the concerns. The last thing I'd like to say, just in terms of questions, and I do challenge some of the decisions in the Planning Commission, as well as some of the arguments that were made in terms of zoning. The supply side of economics is a highly subjective matter. Supply side economics, meaning if we build more housing, supply will meet the demand. We have seen how supply side of economics have unfortunately being proven wrong in multiple locations. We have a lot of vacant luxury housing, and what we do need is also making sure that we have public services like public health, especially now. So my last question, and again, in order to protect naturally occurring affordable housing, is to protect or homeowners or small homeowners, to protect the social fabric or communities by taking the time to listen to those who are affected. We know that we have a broken property tax assessment system. We do know that there's many variables. I contest that notion of supply side economics, that we just need to build more and we're going to address some of the issues. That is incorrect. It is not based on any facts. There may be a study, but I tell you that what we do need is to build affordable housing on site that's proven to work, and also, more than anything else, listen to our constituents. I would like to just urge—
Chairman, point of information. I don't—
Alderman Waguespack.
I know we're repeating the same thing here, but there is no question that Alderman Kappelman did not listen to his constituents. Can we stick to the facts of zoning?
All right. All right, so
I was responding to an argument, making sure that we're taking the time to have a conversation.
Right.
I understand that some rubber stamp aldermen can do whatever they want, but here in the council, I hope we can have a debate.
Chairman.
All right. So with that, Alderman Kappelman, I believe, as he stated, has had a robust process. Like we all ask each other to respect the communities that we represent, and I know he does a good job doing that. There's disagreements, but I think points have been said on both sides, and I'm going to ask to move to Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair.
and forgive me, I'm just getting myself ready here. Just quick questions. I, like my colleagues, would like to get on to the next couple of committees, so I'll be quick, forgive me. Wondering if the zoning administrator or someone from the city could respond to the following question around the pending changes in ARO, and if that would have an impact on this project if it were to be delayed several months.
Good question. All right. Patrick Murphy, or somebody from planning, please. Hello? No. Patrick Murphy. Or Steve?
Sorry, sir. Yeah. Oh, there he is.
All right, that sounds like Patrick. Okay, so did you hear the question from Alderman Rodriguez?
Yes, it was. Sorry.
Okay. So would you respond, please?
Sorry, I was trying to get a different call and I did not hear the Alderman's question. I'm sorry. Steve, if you did, if you want to answer.
No, let Michael repeat the question, please.
Sure, thanks, Tom. Patrick, just wondering if there would be any impacts on the change in the pending change in the ARO if this project were to be delayed several months.
So you mean if it gets delayed beyond the October 1st of the ARO?
Exactly.
Well, I don't know all the specific ARO requirements under this project, but yes, the way it's written now, if there is an ARO impact and it's moved to after October 1st, then the new ARO would apply.
Okay, thanks, Patrick.
Sorry.
But you wouldn't know the actual impacts on this project then?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I will figure it out and get back on here.
Yeah, that would be good to know. And then just another question. I'm not sure who this would be for, but maybe for the developer. Was there a traffic study done, or an environmental impact study done in this project?
Alderman Rodriguez, I can address that. Paul Shadle again with DLA Piper. Yes, there was a traffic study done by KLOA. It was vetted by the Department of Transportation, and the Department of Transportation approved this plan.
Okay, anything on the environmental impacts?
As far as there was they would do a typical phase 1 to confirm that they can buy the property. In terms of sustainability, environmental sustainability, the project will comply fully with the city's sustainability policy.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
Chairman Tunney?
Alderman Kappelman.
I just want to say that the affordable requirements ordinance that was passed to revise it, my suggestion is if we're going to apply this ordinance, it needs to be applied equitably across the city. We cannot pick and choose which developments need to be reviewed after the new ARO comes in existence and not do that to all the other projects.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I did see Alderwoman Haddon's hand up again. You want to ask a question or two more, Marie?
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. Thanks for your patience, colleagues. I know we're talking about the zoning. I had one more question that was a follow-up for Joe, and this was Alderman Kappelman. This was you mentioned that Uptown's become a victim of its own success. As a neighboring neighborhood that also historically thrives with affordable housing, but is seeing different changes. I have a lot of questions about how our zoning decisions impact that and affordability. And so I'm wondering, Joe, what are the proposed rents for these places, given that we're not putting a lot of affordable on site? How much are you charging?
Sure. Be happy to address that. Our rents are at about $1,600 for a studio for the market, about $898 for an affordable unit. For a 1-bedroom, they're at about $2,200 for the market rate, $951 for an affordable. And for a 2-bedroom, they're about $2,900 for a market rate and $1,100 for an affordable. I would also like to add that based on the current statistics, about 50% of the current residents would qualify to live in this building. Qualifications would be $32,000 on an affordable unit and $62,000 a year for a market rate unit.
Thank you for that information, Joe. I appreciate that. I'll say, Alderman Kappelman, I know you had the Community Advisory Board, and I know you told us those vote results. I do know, just because of some of the articles, and I know we spoke last month that, there was a vote that was changed. Gentrification, the loss of affordable housing, of SROs, the big changes we've seen in Uptown, like developments like this might be making space for some more people to come in. And I look at the density, you and I, and actually Alderman Rodriguez have some of the most densely populated wards in the city as we look at our geography. So I really question on a zoning basis, right? If this is the best use, the displacement of people who've left Uptown because of the loss of affordable housing. You mentioned all those buildings that you've lost, and I very much know the struggle of not having a lot of tools to keep those buildings, right? Like we can't dictate who buys and sells their property. And also, this just does not seem to be the type of place that current low-income Uptown residents are going to be able to live. I don't think there are enough community benefits going into this. And so, I would, I can't support this project based on where it's at. And, respectfully, I'd move a motion, Chairman, to defer this. I put that motion forward.
So on a motion to defer, we're going to have to take a roll call on that, correct? Okay. All right. So Alderman Haddon makes the motion to defer this, and I'm going to start with the roll call. So obviously, we have Alderman Kappelman wants to move this forward today, and voting yes would defer it till date certain, and voting no would be to continue to have a vote on this today. All right? So. So, Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Dow.
No.
Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Beal. Alderman Ray Lopez.
No.
Alderman David Moore.
No.
Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Yes.
Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Aye.
Alderman Burnett.
No.
Alderman Cardona.
No.
Alderman Wagasback.
No.
Alderman Austin.
No.
Alderman Villegas. Alderman Riley.
No.
Alderman Kappelman.
No.
Alderman Osterman.
No.
Alderman Haddon.
Aye.
And Chairman Tunney is a no.
Beal's
So-
a no.
And then report.
I'm sorry, who did I hear that?
Beal's a no,
Beal.
Thank you.
and then report.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Raboyes, I forgot.
No.
Okay. So, that being said, we will continue on, and I'll entertain a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine.
So
quorum.
move, Mr. Chairman.
All
Like to
right.
be recorded as a no, Chair.
Okay. Did I see other hands up? No.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I
Uh,
have my hand up.
Okay. We'll start with Alderman Dowell.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say to Alderman Kappelman that I know he's very thoughtful about how he approaches housing development in his ward. And Alderman Kappelman, I don't know if this is appropriate, but I just want you to tell our committee how you see the housing landscape up in Uptown. You and I have discussed this, so I think your view on how you're approaching this is helpful.
Okay, and I appreciate the question, and I'm going to ask Alderman Kappelman to respond, but
Briefly.
before he does briefly, Alderman Beal, was there a question on process or something else?
It was a procedure, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think it's only right procedurally that you announce what the vote is before moving on.
Oh, my.
13-3.
Thank you very much for processing that with me. The vote 13 in the negative and 3 in the affirmative. All right. The motion has failed, and I ask for a vote from the committee in regards to the positive vote from the vote that established quorum. But before we get that, Alderman Kappelman, you want to say the final comment on this?
Sure. It's Alderman Dow, thanks for the question. And it's a tough one that we all grapple with. And I answer it the way I answer any tough decision that I'm faced with. There's 3 criteria. Number 1, I look at what's ultimately fair on all sides. That's really important to me. And in all the conversations I've had with Mayor Lightfoot and our previous mayor, I've said, if you want to appeal to me, appeal first to my sense of fairness. Secondly, I want to make sure that what we're doing is based on the use of evidence-based best practices. So I've done an incredible amount of research about what cities across the country are doing to protect and build more affordable housing. And I've also had extensive conversations with Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Navarra about that. And then the third and final thing that's most important to me is I want to make sure whatever I look at, I understand the negative repercussions of that decision. And if I don't understand those negative repercussions, then I believe I'm not adequately educated on that subject. And for this particular development, and we've had, 5 large committee meetings, 2 to 3 hours long. The meetings are even on the ward website, the taped meetings. We looked at all the different ramifications, and this is what we decided, and this is what I believe is going to work best for protecting the diversity in the Uptown community. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Kappelman. So I got a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum by Alderman Carrie Austin. Any objections to the motion?
Alderman Haddon would like to be recorded as a no, please, Chair.
Alderman Haddon is a no. Are there any other comments? Okay, so this item is passed as revised with the noting that Alderman Maria Haddon is a no vote on this item.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Alderman Cicho Lopez also is a no.
Okay, so we'll record both Alderman Haddon and Alderman Cicho Lopez as no's. All right, anything else? All right, then I need a motion.
Chairman, I move to adjourn. Alderman
Thank you,
Lopez.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you. Alderman Lopez makes the motion to adjourn, so the meeting, any opposed to the motion?
No.
Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. As we said, thank you, everybody, for the long meeting. And we're now going into rules. We'll be starting momentarily. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman.